Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man House with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. See, I was driving over the moon in my big hot air balloon, high into the darkness. I hope I get there soon. There's so many things to do, so many people I need to talk to, and they've all been waiting for me. Well, I gotta make it through. Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. Thank my stars for every green. You have no idea what it means. No, no. To a man who's always traveling, who's seen the things that I've seen. I don't know what's yet to come. Not sure of anything that I've done really makes that much difference. Well, I hope it has for some. Something special happened today. I got green lights all the way, with no big red sign to stop me, no traffic jam delay. Well, I was driving over the moon in my big hot air balloon, floating high up in the darkness. I promise that I'll make it to you very soon. Something special happened today.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What is up, good people? Back at it again. I ain't even been in front of the mirror. I'm just looking at myself. I need to get fully dressed and ready to go. Hopefully everybody can hear me just fine. We got a good one lined up for you here today. Few things I need to take care of before I get into that, before I even formally send the link out to my special guest today. As I always do, shout out to those that make it in bright and early. I get humbled every day when I see the early audience come in. I honestly do. Appreciate everybody who come through. Kenny Conjo in the building. Viewers, please like, share, subscribe as you come in. Yes, I'm doing a rare Sunday stream. I've been on my every day, 7 days a week grind this week. I went on 8 times today and even dropped a pre-recorded clip. That's 9 pieces of content that's on the table right now that I've done this week. So yeah, I've definitely been working hard, definitely been grinding, putting in that work, trying to make it better and better every time. So I appreciate everybody who comes in and participates and shows some appreciation for the work that I and many brothers put in this space. Oh man, we got Darth Low IQ. He says, "What up, fam? What's up? Salute to you." Omega Dreads constantly in the building. Says, "That's how I fight Cove. I have no idea what you're talking about." Speaking of fighting Cove, what my nose? I got the sniffles. It's scary when you get just a little normal case of the sniffles, or like when I was working on periodically work on some houses here and there. Not an expert. I'm not that dude, but you know, I could do a little something. Man, you got the sawzall, you got all kind of stuff going, just stuff, sand and dust, all that stuff flying in your nose. You're sneezing like crazy. It's the worst time in the universe, in the history of the world. Damn near the worst time in the history of the world to be having to sneeze like crazy. But I've been sneezing a lot lately because of them little dust particles. It's like they stay in your nose. They stay in your nose even when you've left the environment of all that sawdust. It's like you can't shake it sometimes. But anyway, be that as it may, yeah, I be doing a lot of sneezing. It be looking very Corona-ish sometimes, but they tell you don't go in demanding a test because you had to sniffle one time. You can't go in trying to get a test. So yeah, got little sniffles I'm fighting with. Y'all see me sneeze on the air every now and then. Kenny Conjo, what's going on? Leo Anthony, what's going on? What's up? Salute to Leo Anthony. Chris G in the building. What's up to you? We already got Flourish King in the building. Says, love the Contique family. Keep up the great work. I will certainly try. Brenda W, Dark Knight Mentality, Black Torch. What's happening? Ricardo Rodney, what's going on? Shout out to everybody that's made it in. We got 60 people in here already. All the early 60 people are the people that I think actually like the show. So there's no reason why we shouldn't have 60 likes. Well, I'm gonna say 50 because I'm gonna leave the door open for 5 haters. 5 haters. 5 haters and hate watchers. I'm gonna leave the door open for y'all. We got 37 on the likes. Okay, got more haters and a thumbs down. We got more haters and hate watchers than I thought. But without further ado, let me go ahead and send the link out to a special guest. We should have a good conversation. It's definitely piggybacking on something that we talked about on a previous stream. So we're going to definitely pick back up on that one because it should be interesting because Black conservatives have definitely made some strides, got people talking. Black male conservatives in particular. If the stats are accurate, that essentially 1 in 5 Black men that voted for the GOP. And we do got to tip our hat and give a little credit to the sisters, to the sisterhood. Even though this is a small victory, a participation trophy, got to give them their what color is it? Like a random green turquoise 10th place participation trophy. It was 10% of them. Well, 9. I'm rounding them up. 9% of them did vote GOP. I'm not equipped or lack the know-how to even do a study like that. But I would love to know the information that 9%, the marital rate of that 9% that voted GOP. Would love to know the 9% of Black women that voted GOP. Would love to know the marital rate. Would love to know facts and figures on those Black women that voted GOP. Because I said before, if you take the annual gross income of the average Black man who votes Republican and take the median income of the average Black man that votes Republican and the median income of the average Black man that votes Democrat, I would argue quite easily that the average Black man that votes GOP, his median income is significantly higher than those that vote Democrat. I would also argue, as I just said, the marital rate of those black women that vote GOP is significantly higher than those that vote for the Democratic Party. I would certainly argue those points off an assumption with no evidence, but I tend to believe when that evidence, or if that evidence ever comes out, yeah, I think it's going to go that way. And that would be a good thing for the Black manosphere to do in the future. Like I said, right now I'm still small, still learning the basics of running a media platform. But at some point, yeah, questions like that, I will figure out how to get the job done and get a study done on that. If nobody else is going to do it, if the higher ups that do stuff like that for a living, basically, if they're not interested in that, I know we're interested in that. And so if we got to get those studies done, we'll get those studies done. But it's small now. Give us time. Give us time. We growing and we'll figure it out. But there's certain questions like that I have that I don't know if the data is out there on it. If the data isn't out there, then there's a market. There's a market. And there's that. Just sent the link to the special guest. Just sent the link, so he should be hopping on. What up, Mr. Palmer in the building? What's going on? He said, I will take that bet. Okay. Okay. No, I just sent that link, Enemy Nation. Just sent that link. Well, let's not take that bet. I mean, if you got some info. You know what? When I said median, I had a brain fart where I got confused about which was which and which one meant what. So in that sense, I don't know which one I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, like, I don't want LeBron James' salary to tip the scale, you see. So the one where LeBron James' salary don't tip the scale. Because then, yeah, the Democrats may win. They might. But I don't know. We'll see. But no, if you got some info on that, yeah, I mean, just come with the info. We don't gotta take a bet. We don't gotta play gotcha. I want the truth. Because I can handle the truth. So let's just come with the truth. If you got if the info is out there and you got the truth. But without further ado, the guest of honor, the man of the hour is in the building. Enemy Nation, what is going on? I got you right there. What's up?
What's up, Bernard? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Is this your first time on camera?
Yeah, here.
Okay, cool.
So
That's what's up.
If my camera started lagging, I'm gonna go back to, I'm gonna turn it off and just stay with the microphone.
All right, yeah, you look like a young man, man. When I heard your voice sound old, man. I thought you was an older looking gentleman. You look like a young man, man.
Young wife, man. She keep me looking young.
That's right. How old are you?
I just turned 46.
Okay, so yeah, you getting up there. There's people in this space that would definitely consider you, as they say, an old nigga. But but whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. All
Unless
right.
I started dyeing my hair like Larry Elder.
Oh yeah, you got to dye your hair, get to Beijing, gotta get all that stuff, man. You gotta keep it looking young. But yeah, so I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you came through. I'm glad everybody came through. Make sure y'all hit that like button. But yeah, we about to definitely get into this because you are Black conservative. I'm new to the party. This was my first time voting for the GOP, and my views have always been conservative, but I've recently, within the last 3 or 4 years, came to terms with it, so to speak. And there's some things that I noticed with the Republican Party, as well as with Black conservatives, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And we're gonna get into that. we're going to get into that, but right now, starting out first things first, let's start right off and get into the aspect of, we just saw Biden and Harris do their victory lap. Yes, Donald Trump is challenging it, but let's just look at it from the perspective. It's not going. Let's just say that they're gonna do their investigation. They're gonna take it all the way up to the Supreme Court. They lose there, they're gonna work their way all the way down to People's Court. They're gonna be on Judge Judy with this shit. And then after they lose at every level, then let's just say, okay, Democrats are in. Black conservatives made great strides, as far as getting the attention of everybody. Black male conservatives was on the mind, on the lips of everybody. Everybody was talking about it. So let's speak on going forward after this loss, and let's just go with it. It's going to hold up. What's the next move for black conservatives, or more specifically, black male conservatives? What's next?
Politically, I think that you see the strength of black conservative, especially males. So, I think that it needs to go to the wave of Tim Scott, where you identify those who are either moderates or moderate liberals, and you try to convert them and explain to them what the conservative cause is. You got to figure out what that cause is. Then you create your ideology, and I think we also have to identify the elements, on the conservative side that are probably problematic for us, and separate ourselves from that, and let people know that we're not for that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the only edge. That's one of the edges, major edges that I see that comes from the left, and stand strong, especially in the next 45 days as well. Show solidarity, because election's not over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not the type that's looking at it from a fraud, Trump, we won, whatever. But there are some very serious allegations that's with this election in particular. We know that this has been a weird year. We know that Trump has been winning. And there have been, in the last, I think, 10 years, 20 elections overturned due to fraud throughout the country, So there is a very good chance that these elections can, be overturned, and then you have another presidential election sometime in January, February, March, and Biden still don't get in. You know what I'm saying? So it's a good look for black conservatives to not jump off that ship like we did in the, after Reconstruction. So I only mention that is because history, you don't want to repeat certain historical events. You know what I mean? History is relevant, and we don't want to, jump back into that circle.
Right on. You talked about those problematic elements of the Republican Party. What are those?
Those are the ones really coming from the right side of the spectrum. I mean, the white side of the spectrum, honestly. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I know we touched on the way that we talk and the facts don't care about your feelings the other day. And that's very true. It turns a lot of people off, even, conservatives, because if you're a conservative, people are going to consume that you're a believer. You know what I mean? Christian. And they're going to believe, if you can't have this rhetoric where you tell people that where in fact, feelings don't matter. You know what I mean? Like, and I understand, and I think we had a productive conversation with that. But the elements that I'm talking about specifically is separating ourselves from that narrative that the left has painted as us as Uncle Toms, us as we'll just repeat these same talking points that these white people say. Like, I see a lot of black people running around calling themselves patriots. And the left is already I'm not even gonna say the left, mainstream has already painted that word coming, as a racist, sort of like a racist connotation, and
Well, that speaks to the fact that the left actually does better at the media game. Like you just said it right there, that when the term patriot can have a racist connotation, like we all should be patriots, we all should be patriotic, we all
well, it
should,
comes from the word patriarchy. So when women hear patriot, and I'm talking about mainstream, I'm not talking about, if you live in a free society, the media is always going to be liberal, and that's just a fact.
Why is
You know
that,
what I mean?
by the way?
Because we live in a liberal country. I mean, when we say liberals, like when we talk about the left, they are progressive. You have liberal Republicans, you have moderate Republicans, and you have conservative Republicans. You know what I mean? And then on the left, you have liberals, and then you have progressives, and then you have socialists. You know what I'm saying? You even have some conservative liberals, or conservative Democrats, like Barack Obama being a so-called man of faith, but having a nuclear family, that's considered conservative. You know what I mean? Or conservative values. So you can hold conservative values. Doesn't mean that you're going to vote for Republicans because you might not like their platform, that particular platform that they have, or ideology, or cause, principles, platform, doctrines, strategies. So there's so many elements, and the left has done a brilliant job of co-opting certain terms to make them look as inclusive, and making other terms look as exclusive, And so if they paint the right with these terms of exclusivity, right? And we as black conservatives take the bait, and we start saying these same talking points that these white people, and a lot of them just have inherent bias, these and I'm not going to say racist, but hidden prejudices and bigotry. It shows, condensation on people. It shows, like, Steven Crowder, he condescends on people a lot, but he's saying facts. Same thing with Ben Shapiro. And so if you see people like the Candace Owenses using this same type of rhetoric, they look like the house Negro. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so it turns a lot of black people off, and it makes a lot of black people scared. And us as, you don't get that coming from Tim Scott, because he'll check you, right? Tim Scott, he checked the president a couple of times. You know what I'm saying? So you can get behind someone like a Tim Scott as opposed to someone like a Larry Elder that's just going to be a cheerleader for the president. You know what I'm saying?
Right on. Trader MBD in the building. He says, "Damn right, I'm a patriot. I love my country and the 21 years I served in uniform and the 27 my dad put in." So yeah, that I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I hate that, that the liberals, the Democrats, they've done a good job at making something as being a patriot, being patriotic. Like that's coded racism. They've done a damn good job at that. And so the discussion, like a lot of people saying, "Oh well, y'all worrying about people's feelings." For me, it's not that. I'm not talking about people feelings or hurting people feelings. I'm just saying in the realm of communicating ideas, the Democrats have won. And I'll say it like this because I was watching, I didn't see it live, but I watched a video of, Biden and Kamala doing their acceptance speech. And they were showing wide shots of people from various parts in the country. And this is what I gotta say here, and this is a problem to me. If the Democratic Party is the party of slavery, the party of the KKK, the party of racism, the party of that, but yet a Republican president who just defeated and Democrats went in, and people are celebrating and crying in the street because they looking at it like racism was defeated. But if the Democrats are the true racists, they've done a hell of a Jedi mind trick. Then, if that's the case, if people are crying in the street because their victory is symbolic of racism being defeated, and so I'm seeing people of all races crying in the street because racism just got defeated with Trump getting out of office, assuming that nothing that he don't win when he take it to the Supreme Court and small claims court or wherever he taking it. Assuming he don't win, assuming he don't come up in any type of way like that. When people are looking at it like racism got defeated, the enemy of freedom got defeated, then clearly the GOP has dropped the ball when it comes to, I don't know, I guess either defending themselves against the charge or their lack of defense against the charge has made it to the point to where, yeah, they're looking like they're guilty. They're caught holding the racist bag. Like they're not even truly responding to it. It's like, so it's clearly a failure in communicating if the Democrats are the true racists and the Republicans are not the actual true real deal racists. So that's where I'm like, the communication failure, bad communication failure.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, man, you will see, like I did so much research on the Charlottesville thing because I'm trying to defend Trump, right? And what he said was absolutely true. There were peaceful protesters on both sides, and then there were these extreme elements. But the people that caught the hell, right, was the people on the right. And it was, go ahead. You
Oh no, you got to keep talking.
Yeah. So people on the right caught the criticism for that. And so I'm like, look, are we going to keep doing one of the things that we tell the Democrat Party or people that's in the Democrat Party is, only a what is it, an idiot or insanity is doing the same thing over and over. So why keep voting for Democrats? Mm-hmm. Well, if you know that you're losing ground on this repeating, typically white redneck talking points or so-called condescending talking points from Fox News and Tucker Carlson and Crowder, then if you're losing with that, if you're losing ground with that, then why stop? Why continue to do that? So like I said, man, we just need to separate ourselves and make it known that we're not for that. We're not going to stand for it. There are some issues.
Hold on, wait. Now the problem comes with that is that because one thing that also about Black conservatives is we tend not to get all soft and mushy. I mean, yeah, there's a certain. I understand the concept of, hey, if one of your brethren of similar hue have done something wrong, hey, don't say nothing. Some people got a view of don't say nothing at all. If you can't defend them, just keep your mouth shut on it. But one thing that black conservatives don't do, and I'm with them, I'm 100% with them. I raise my hand as part of the team on that. I'm not about to defend no BS. And this is an area, this goes back to media coverage and how the liberals are winning in the media coverage game. To be in that position where, like, for example, black man gets shot by the police. To take the objective route, it's viewed as you're one of the races. The Democrats, the liberals, MSNBC, they will never take the objective route. They will basically get on code with black people and just not say nothing at all if it's just indefensible. If he was just so clearly wrong to where it's indefensible, he butt naked running at the cops with a gun pointed at him, and he gets shot. MSNBC will more than likely be silent on it and only speak about those incidents when it's questionable, when it's like a 50-50 shooting. They'll just say it was absolutely wrong. One thing that black conservatives don't do, and white conservatives in the media don't do, they're not gonna cape for that shit. They're not gonna cape for it. If somebody was a criminal, they were wrong, they was in the middle of doing some bull, the police came and tried to stop them or just basically essentially do their job, and some shit went down and the person start resisting, and I hate the term, one thing led to another, and they wrestling in an MMA wrestling match in the middle of the street, and the cops shoot them. Black conservatives typically are not going to defend the black guy in that situation, understandably. And the perception of it is one, you're cooning. Two, the white people who not gonna defend that, they're racist. So it's almost like a no matter what when you're standing on certain principles of no, that was some BS. I'm not going to defend a bunch of BS. You're automatically standing with those racists that you I'm using air quotes, standing with those racists that you're saying that we gotta potentially separate from. And then I got a question of how the hell do we separate from it? But anyway, go ahead. So how did that problem get solved? We automatically going to be standing next to the races. It ends up a situation where we got to just keep our mouth shut about those type of incidents. But then the liberals run the narrative. But then if you speak on that situation, then you just cooning and tap dancing with the races over there. So it's like a lose-lose when it comes to that whole media game aspect of it. I let you think on that one for a second. Chief Rocka in the building with a super chat. Appreciate you. I mean, super sticker. Appreciate that. Sir Tice in the building. He says apathy, low political IQ, false equivalences, and horrid accepted generalizations are the problem. Oh, and people not challenging their worldview. Right on. Good stuff there. Good stuff there. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Always appreciate you coming on through. Sir Tice in the building. What's up? Salute to you. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for dropping that super chat. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Enemy Nation.
And that's a good super chat because I am challenging. You know what I'm saying? I am challenging. I'm challenging. You know, we can't sit here and act like there is no issue in this country with certain police. You know what I'm saying? We can't act like there's no issue with certain racist elements in this country. We can't be like, oh no, it doesn't exist, right? And the thing with the cop situation, yeah, if you don't have any social capital built up, if you don't have any racial capital built up, right? So this is why certain people can say certain things, and it's like you can listen to the Young Turks, right? They say racist stuff by their own standards all the time, but they have racial and social capital built up so they could get away with it as far as, but Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity, he doesn't have, those guys don't have the same social capital built up, so they can't get away with it. But then they want to sit and say, hey, look, I did the same thing this person did, and I want to show the same examples of this going on. right? And people just ignore it. They'd be like, look, nah, I don't want to. And so the thing is we need to convert people if we're going to have any future in the conservative movement. Otherwise, we're going to still be the 8, 12, 15 to 20% in the conservative movement. You know what I'm saying? So if the goal is to gain numbers, gain popularity, immunize yourself from the left, then you got to start playing the same way that they playing. These people are serious. You know what I mean? And so you have to neuter them in a lot of areas. You know, the George Floyd, black conservatives could have been out there marching with these people, right?
You know what?
You know what I'm saying?
You raise a good point on that one. Now, I can agree they don't need to be out there marching because there was so much going on with the marches, and you got, the Antifa Black Lives Matter cocktail going on. It was just weird. So I understand you don't want to be out standing next to that shit. But you are right in the sense that it goes back to, okay, when we heard black conservatives speak on the George Floyd thing, okay, all we mostly heard them saying, I'm basically speaking to Candace Owens here, okay, many things could have been said, but it's like you see the deliberate attempt to take the critical angle of it, and I understand it. I understand where she went with, do he really deserve 3 funerals? Should he really be viewed as some great martyr, some champion for humanity? So like they trumped him up to everything. He got a goddamn the R&B legend send off. Like he got like they gave him. You thought a president was assassinated. Like so yeah. I get all of that. But it's like when black conservatives speak on these issues, the first thing that they want to do is speak about it in a way to where it's like it just comes off as let me rush to say something to make white people feel okay. Like we're talking about, we don't care about feelings, we're about facts. But I think it's a lot of black conservatives who do speak in a way like they just trying to massage the feelings of certain white people. And I'm like, that's not a good look. So when you talk about black conservatives marching in the streets, I think that would be a good look. Not marching with Antifa and BLM.
Yeah, not what, but be willing to.
Black conservatives do need to speak like they give a damn about black people when it comes to stuff like that. But at the same time, then it's that middle balance of how do you do that, but not sound like you putting the cape on for a bunch of nigga shit.
And that's something we have to figure out, because honestly, if black conservatives started getting out there when there is obvious wrong, right? There's obvious questionable action, right? The first thing that we shouldn't do is logically, they should. Why they just didn't resist arrest? Why they keep resisting arrest? It sounds like you caping for the state or police force, whatever. But if we started beating them at their own game, beating them to the punch, guess what? That shit would stop. Because the left only, you see 3 funerals.
What do you mean by beating them to the punch or beating them at their own game? What do you mean by how did that work?
Beating them at their own game, man. They ain't that fucking smart. We know that. The left, I'm talking about the left. They're not that fucking smart. We see 3 funerals for George Floyd. We look at it, and we do not see that as genuine caring about this man. You know what I mean? We can look at that from the right and be like, they all fakers, right? So if we know that they fakers, then just beat them at their own game, man. That's all I'm saying. It's like, look, they own the mainstream. The Catholic bishops have already congratulated Joe Biden. Netanyahu already has congratulated Joe Biden. People all around the world are congratulating Joe Biden, right? Because he represents mainstream. So they've already bought into the narrative that the media has sold, even though the election haven't been called and won't be called for at least another month, I think, right? Because they got to be certified by each state, and each state has their own rules. So nobody has
fairness,
officially.
they do normally call it right now at this
Yeah,
at
I
this
know,
point in the game.
I
But
know, but that's typically when there's not a challenge to it.
yeah,
Hillary Clinton conceded, and then the calls came in. But when there's a
right.
challenge, and you got lawsuits going on, typically people don't do that. But the media has already called it. Fox News has already called it. But there are some serious legal challenges ahead for this election, and you might see a new election in at least five different states, where they have to, dismiss certain ballots and then say, okay, well, y'all have to have a new election. And it's happened 20 times over the last 10 years. So it's not out of the question to think that can't happen. But what I'm saying is that if we need to cut our own lane to where it don't seem like we kissing the boots, regurgitating these same talking points that the right likes to use. A black person gets shot, the first thing the right does, these white people do, is they bring up the person's criminal record. You know what I mean? Like, yo, this person was a criminal, and therefore he deserved to get fucking killed. That's not the narrative that it ever should be. He should have the same rights, regardless if he was a criminal or not. You know what I mean? We should be able to approach this. Tim Scott came out with the criminal justice, the police justice reform thing, right? He worked with liberals on the anti-lynching bill. And guess what? It was one white man that was like, oh, well, it's not constitutional, right? So it's like, look, if you want to stop this,
I gotta back you up. I gotta back you up. We made a lot of
yeah, I know I made a
joke about the anti-lynching bill. So you know a little something about the anti-lynching bill that was passed that they talking about in 2020. Explain why is that even a thing?
Well, it's a thing because publicly it was pushed. It's got some nefarious issues in it, right? And it started around the time that Jesse Smollett was wanting to do the noose thing. And so they did the noose hoax, and they're trying to push at the same time they're trying to push this anti-lynching bill. And when they tried to push it again on the left, you remember it was the race car driver, I forget his name, Bubba Wallace or whatever. And you remember all these mysterious black men were coming up hung during the same time. They're trying to push this anti-lynching bill. And in that anti-lynching bill, it has something to do with protecting MAMLA, or men, boy lovers or something like that. And so it's just a way in the door. But we can't say no to that because we haven't built any credibility with the mainstream when it comes to issues like that. You know what I mean? And so it makes us look racist automatically or towing the line for white folks. And we don't need to be that. As a conservative black men, we don't need to be towing the line for these white folks. We need to come up with our own talking points. We need to say our own. Like, we don't need to be regurgitating the same shit that these white boys are saying. Like, I don't understand the love affair with that.
Well, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. My problem with the anti-lynching bill is just goofy because, murder is illegal and will get you life in prison. Lynching is murdering. Why do you need an anti-lynching bill any more or less than you need an anti-shoot a mother in the head bill? I just don't understand it. That's just goofy stuff that the left does that's going to make black people just say, oh, they're for us. They're against Lynching, okay, murder is already illegal. That's why I was saying, why is there an anti-lynching bill? Lynching would be covered under murdering, just like stabbing somebody in the eye with a pin is covered under murder. So you don't need an anti-stabbing in the eye with a pin bill. That's why I'm sitting there.
Well, there's dozens of anti-lynching legislation on the books already, but the left does these things a lot of times to get attention. At the end of the day, you got a politician like Kamala Harris and Cory Booker pushing it, right? And so Tim Scott jumps on.
Kamala pushing the anti-lynching bill.
Yeah, you didn't know that.
She's already lynched quite a few black men. Okay, but we're not gonna not gonna go too far in that one.
But she pushed the bill the day that she introduced the bill, right? Jesse Smollett, who's already been to the White House several times, and I think that he's like one of her relatives, right, by marriage or something like that. So within the same week, the news thing comes out in the media. So it's like, okay, you got the anti-lynching bill that we pushing. This gay black man gets assaulted by some Trump supporters. We need to push this bill. Now, me and you can see through that, and we can talk to each other ad nauseum about it, right? But to someone that's on the left, that's just on the left because it's popular, if I haven't built any social capital with this person, whatever I say is just going to come off as arrogant, racist, dismissive, you know what I mean? Ben Shapiro. So you have to build some type of equity with people to gain their trust so they will even listen to you on certain people. Now, if we're just saying, hey, look, you know what, that's too hard, I ain't got time for that. Okay, fine, then keep being that minority, not only in your community, but the minority on the right as well. And so anytime they want to throw some racism in you, they can say, look, President Trump don't got that many black people. Well, not that many black people in the Republican Party anyway. Well, you know, Fox News don't have that many black people. Well, not that many black people. And so it's just, continue to perpetuate the same circle. So I'm like, look, we just got to be smart, switch our game up and beat these people. That's it. Right. I don't understand what the resistance is coming from.
Yeah. Well, I think I got a clue of what it is. I might sound a little distant while I'm talking because I gotta go do something with my camera real quick. But you should be able to still hear me. I just may sound like I'm a little far away because something is going wrong with my camera. But it's a quick, easy fix. So I should be back on and popping in a second. All right. Hold on one second. Hold up. All right, here we go. Let's see. Click, clack, plow. All right, I'm back in the building. All right, here we go. Shout out to Naima. Yeah, I see that down there where it says, please like, share, subscribe, and support the platform via Cash App. And let's see the Patreon information right there. Shout out to all the Patreons, everybody who supports. Shout out to Ty City in the building. What's going on? Ty City says, not my president yet. No, I feel you. At the beginning of the conversation, we said, let's just assume that, Trump don't win when he take it to Judge Judy. Let's just assume he don't win. And Biden and Big Mala are in office. Let's just go ahead and assume that's the case. Then what's next for black conservatives? And black conservatives, win, lose, or draw in this thing, do need to have a, what's next philosophy. If 20% of black men voted for the GOP, that's 1 in 5, With black women, that's 1 in 10. That's some, 9%. So, almost 1 in 10, so 90%. Well, I ain't gonna get in. But yeah, so you do gotta look at what's next either way, regardless of who's in. So that's one area where I'm at.
Let me ask you a question, Bernard.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you've been studying and listening to black conservatives, right?
Mhm.
So name me one black conservative that you can say, hey, look, I know definitively that neither the left or the liberals or Democrats, I know that this one for a fact, they'll never call him an Uncle Tom. They'd never say he an Uncle Tom.
Angry Man? No, I don't know. I had to say Angry Man because that's Obsidian. They call him that all the time. Far as like mainstream, it's not one out there. But again, I think that speaks to the left in there.
I'm gonna
Good
tell you the
job.
last person that was on the right that they would never call Uncle Tom, but he was conservative, black conservative. That was Malcolm X. So he hated Democrats, right? He hated Democrats and had an admiration for Barry Goldwater, but he was uncompromisingly conservative. He didn't get out there and walk and march and all that stuff. He thought it was goofy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And somehow the liberals, especially with this last Malcolm X, I heard this, especially with this last book that came out with Malcolm X. They have websites that say Malcolm X was a lefty. Malcolm X was a liberal.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. He was a black nationalist. So if I say white nationalist, what do you say? You say that that's left? Well, how's black nationalist, within the same vein as nationalism? How is that left?
Yeah, no, they don't got a leg to stand on with that. And that, again, that speaks to not just the left, but black people in general. We allowed to say all kind of racist shit. It's okay to be a black nationalist. I mean, but white nationalist, you can't be that. But again, that's one advantage. That's one advantage in this whole thing. When black people do go conservative, they can call out shit. They can keep it real. They can call out shit and not get considered racist. Trader MBD, who was in here earlier, shout out to him and David Monroe. That's a point that they've made where black men on the Republican Party don't have to bite their tongue at the same way that white men do. But I'm sure you would argue that okay, you don't have to bite your tongue. You need to more narrowly focus your talking points and not just be just parroting whatever they're saying. Yeah. And it's a fair question. How much are they parroting? Because I don't want to insult people's intelligence, because I've been accused of that. Oh, you parroting white talking points. No, I looked at all the talking points and made an assessment that these people that you call racist just happen to be right about this particular thing. That's a factor in it too. But go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, man, Bill.
Hold on, real quick before you go. Hold your thought, please. Hold your thought. Who is this? Somebody came through. Don't want to say your government name. With Charkdale. Well, I don't even know how to pronounce that right there because I'm, public school education. But anyway, he says good stuff. No shout out needed. He said no shout out needed, and I shouted you out anyway, even though he said no shout out needed. Hey, you're getting your shout out. You're getting your shout out, whether you like it or not. Thanks for the Cash App. I appreciate you. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, look, man, if we have a SBY, Save Yourself Black Man.
SYSBM. You don't even know how to say the shit.
That's funny. But if we have that movement, right, Save Yourself Black Man, and we can say, hey, look, we're essentially separating ourselves from a particular element in society, right? Mm-hmm. Why can't we do that politically? Why is it such a fight to say, hey, look, let's separate ourselves from these racist white dudes? I mean, there's racist white elements in the Republic, on the right, and we have to acknowledge that, not be delusional, because this is what half the left thinks. Oh, those black people, they're just delusional. So let's cut them off on that narrative and say, look, we're not delusional. We know that there's those racist white elements, and we don't fuck with them, and we don't tolerate it, and we'll never tolerate it. And if we ever see it, we're gonna reject it 100%. And we can talk, we can go round for round, pound for pound with these white people on their talking points, and we can be like, fuck your feelings. It is what it is, right? We talk, right? But then when it comes to our own people, we have to build up that social credibility. We have to build up that street cred. I mean, that's part of the hood conservative movement, isn't it? Having some street cred so people can not call you a fucking Uncle Tom and say, oh, well, you just was born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it does say something there when you it does definitely send a message and say something that no, we ain't with this racist bullshit. We gonna call out the racist BS. However, liberals, I've agreed with you that was racist. Let me tell y'all where y'all are wrong now. Versus if you put a cape on for the racism and then try to argue with the liberals, and you just looking like the puppet, over there. So yeah, it does perception wise look a certain way and speak to a certain idea. And I have communicated, as we have broken down in Black Manosphere, the origins of the Democratic Party, where they were at and what they were doing and how they were doing it when they were how they were the card carrying racist and everything. And good arguments have been made to show how they never exactly changed. It's their tact and message has changed. But the media, they've done such a great job with the media to where people look at, again, like I stated earlier in the show, Trump being defeated, Biden and Kamala being elected. People are looking at that, crying and celebrating in the street like racism was defeated. But if the Democratic Party are the real racist, then they have kicked ass in the media game of all of this.
Not even just that. You got the National Black Caucus. They sit in the Democrat Party. Why do conservatives have a black caucus that sits, in the Republican Party? You know what I'm saying?
Good question.
Because the National Black Caucus, they check people. You know what I mean? I know that they signed off on the crime bill, but that was after they put up a hell of a fight. But they from time to time check the white people on the left. So I'm like, shit, why can't we have the same kind of caucus but be in the right? And if we don't want to throw our support into that because of a candidate, we're not holding these people feet to the fucking fire is what I'm saying. And they take us for fucking granted. And so I'm like, look, I'm conservative, but that just because I'm conservative don't mean I have to roll with every fucking talking point that you have, because I'm legitimizing some of your fucking arguments that don't make sense. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say black people don't have psychological and mental health problems and et cetera, et cetera. When black people was dying of COVID, 2 times the rate of white people, black conservatives should have came out and said, hey, what the fuck up with this? We got a white president. We got you in the White House, Trump. What's up, man? And hold his fucking feet to the fire. And if he don't address that shit, which he did, you know what I mean? He addressed it in length. But I'm saying, had he not, we can say, okay, well, fuck it. We're going to take our numbers and we're going to vote for your opponent. But we're going to vote down by ballot for, the senators. You know what I'm saying? But you have to play politics, man. You can't be playing this what's cool and what's in now. You know what I mean? Because Trump gonna be gone, whether it's this election or next election in 2024. He's eventually going to be gone. Then what?
Well, I don't necessarily understand that question. Then what? That's it. Sounds like that question implies that people are only riding the wave just because they like Trump because he cool. I don't
There's a lot
necessarily.
of people that's exactly doing that. There's a lot of people because he converted a lot of Obama supporters. So there's
Yeah,
a lot of
a
people
lot of
that
white Obama supporters. I mean, I worked with a
right,
white dude
man.
who voted for he voted for Obama twice, and then he just, proudly voted for Trump. So I mean, there's that.
Okay,
So
well, we see this election, we see this how this election is turning out. So that that should be testament, but it is what it is. Eventually, my point is, eventually he's going to be out. Who's going to be the next candidate that's going to run? John Kasich. Are we going to get behind John Kasich like we got behind Trump?
and I'm voting for GOP. Whoever's driving the clown car. That's where I'm voting in that direction because I'm just through voting Democrat right now. It ain't going down. So yeah, and for me, it's never been just some great allegiance to Trump because I think he's just so awesome. I mean, I get annoyed by him on a lot of shit, but I mean, I'm not voting the other way, and I'm not fully converted to the idea. I understand the protest vote, but I still feel like make a decision on somebody who you think can win. But I understand that just vote Green Party, protest vote. I get it. That's if black people did that collectively as a group somehow, if somebody could get us all organized on the same page, I would be down with doing that. We all could write in somebody, and that would make a real strong statement. Pablo is putting a good question on the table. He says, and what's up, salute and shout out to Pablo, by the way. He says, why don't people call Michael Steele, Colin Powell, and Tim Scott Uncle Tom? He answers his own question and says, because they are serious men. What do you think about that one? And hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. No, Joe 82 in the building with a super chat. He says the Black Caucus should be elected. I don't think it would change. It would be any different. I think with the way the Black Caucus is going right now and the way black people elect right now, they'll just elect the same people to do the same old shit, rather they were elected or chosen by a panel of bigwigs. Who knows? But let's go ahead, answer Pablo's question. Well, thanks for the super chat. No, Joe.
They just called Tim Scott or Uncle Tom on Fox News. I mean, not on Fox News, but they just had him on Fox News because somebody called him an Uncle Tom. So yeah, he gets called Uncle Tom, and I'm sure Michael Steele and I call Colin Powell an Uncle Tom. I'm saying it right now. You know what I'm saying? So
why do you think he an Uncle Tom?
Because Colin Powell, quite frankly, should have been the first black president. And he let these progressives and the intelligence department give him wrong information about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and he had to step down. You know what I mean? He had to step down because he felt like that was going to break him in an election. But now when Trump's running, he comes out against Trump and says that Trump is a terrible president or whatever, and he's not voting for Trump. He's supporting Joe Biden. And I'm like, look, it's one thing to not say I'm not going to vote for Trump, but then when you come out against his opposition, you know what I mean? That's a totally different thing.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm like, look, man, you can say I'm not voting for this guy, or hey, look, I have no comment on it or whatever. But if you flip-flopping to a person that has locked up tons of black people, have said a ton of this, even without the locking up, but just a dismissive, blatant overtones, racist overtones that he does. And when I say racist, I'm always using the left standard. You know what I'm saying? Then how can you, and Trump hasn't, then that to me is hypocrisy, and I dismiss people like that. Regardless of their military record or whatever. You let these white people punk you. You know what I mean? You should have been president. He would have won by a landslide, but he got punked and moved over for another candidate. And so, it is what it is. But he should have been the first black president, not Barack Obama.
You're that confident that he would have won, huh?
he would have won by a landslide. You know what I mean? He would have. All he had to do was say, "Hey, look, I got bad information, and I accept that response." Like he wants Trump to do. He's like, "I got bad information on mass weapons of mass destruction, and we shouldn't have went in Iraq." You know, if he would have came out like that and went against Bush, right? Because there was a lot of disdain for Bush after the recession started in 2007. You would have seen a 2-term Colin Powell presidency. You know, he was right under Thurgood Marshall. You know what I'm saying? As far as popularity amongst blacks was concerned, and he didn't want to go against Bush. So I'm like, shit, whatever, man. You know, now you got something to say when it comes to Trump. You've been out of politics. You let them run you out of your White House chance. Now you got something to say about somebody else's White House chance. Man, sit down.
Yeah, right. Real Brother Radio in the building says, "Save yourself, black man. Let the alt-right Nazis." What do you say? Oh, I can't even say. Let the alt-right eliminate everyone else. SYSBM. All right, RBR. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We needed to hear that. You just changed the lives and hearts and minds of many people. Many fine people were saved because of that comment. We appreciate it. Sir Tice in the building says, "Ask him, Bernie, to discuss ideological subversion." What's your thoughts on ideological subversion? It seems kind of open-ended and vague, but while you think on that one, thanks, Sir Tice. Well, thanks, Sir Tice, for the super chat. Pete, I just pulled up what you sent me, and it's interesting. I'm not gonna get a bunch of clicks in on this website, but I just want to show what's here. I do want to just put it. This is called Trump Accountability Project. Now, these are people who are already operating under the assumption that the man has essentially lost, but they apparently want to make sure that that it doesn't get lost in the shuffle of all of this, every horrible thing that he's done. So we never forget those who first. Oh, okay, I see. We must never forget those who furthered Trump's agenda. So they want to make sure that they coming after him after the fact. In other words, I can understand if you think his agenda was terrible, and those who furthered it will still be trying to win elections, get in office, and get their hands in the cookie jar on some stuff, and you want to try to make sure we smack in their hand and say, oh, they were for Trump, or they were this, they were that. But this is interesting. It's an interesting play, and again, it's part of that whole media thing that getting the narrative out there that Trump is branded as the bully, as the racist, as this, as that, and getting him out of there is a victory for all freedom-loving non-racist. So that's the perception that's out there. So of course they would definitely rock with something like this, or do something like this. Is not really shocking or surprising. But Sir Tice said something about ideological subversion. I don't know exactly what he means, but if you could respond to that the best you can, go ahead.
Yeah, ideological subversion. It's basically everybody has a ideology, right? And every group does, group of people. So what it is it's basically getting your enemy to through generations of teaching them, dropping little breadcrumbs or whatever. It's basically changing the norms of society of your enemy. So like we saw this Cuties thing come out on Netflix, right?
Yeah.
So if next year they come out with something similar to that, and then next year they come out with something similar to that, even though it doesn't make a big splash, it becomes normal. Like after so long, the riots were just normal, and so psychological or ideological subversion basically is like it's come from Marxism, right? Marxism, Leninism. They basically put college professors that teaching economics, and they put these professors in social sciences. They put these professors in universities, and these professors teach a generation of students. And they leave with this, hate your country, all white people are evil, uh, everything is racist. They leave, and when they grow up, they teach. Some of these people they go to colleges and universities, and they teach another generation of students. So within 3 generations of students, you got a third of the country that has subscribed to this ideology unknowingly, that are college students. Now, if you put this stuff in the school system through a Black Lives Matter critical race theory program, then and you're teaching these kids about Trayvon Martin and how he was a saint and he got gunned down by, you're basically scaring these kids from the cops. You're scaring these kids from being able to walk through their own neighborhoods at night. And so to try to talk some sense into them is going to be that much harder because they actually grew up with this from elementary school to high school, and it goes from high school to college and university. So by the time they get into the workforce, they have council culture already in their mind. So they're doing stuff on their own. So like this election, we know that a lot of people did things on their own as far as fraud is concerned. They was like, I hate, they're reading ballots and they say, well, I hate Donald Trump, throw this one in the trash. I'm going to give Joe Biden the win. Joe Biden didn't tell them to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's just that now that the ideology is in, that America is totally corrupt and the Constitution was made for white men, then you don't care about the Constitution. You don't care about law because to you it's illegitimate. So you're going to break the rules. They're not your rules. It's not your president. It's not your Constitution. You know what I'm saying? And so you don't care about the rules. So fuck it. I mean, rules are rules. You know what I mean? Any means necessary. Get this nigga out of office. And so you don't have to actually give them a signal to do it. They're going to do it on their own. So that's what ideological subversion is. Black man gets killed by cops. Certain people are going to automatically mobilize without you even having to tell them. They're going to tell their friend, we're going to be downtown, and then they're going to go downtown and they're going to cause a problem without nobody having to say, go do this. I'm going to pay you to do this because it's already hardwired in their mind from years of ideological subversion. That's what it is.
Yeah, good stuff.
It's serious stuff. It's brainwashing, basically, to put it shortly.
All right, there's the link to Enemy Nation's channel. Mods, go ahead and spam out the chat with his link. Make sure you go subscribe to this brother if you're not subscribed to him already. Let's see, we got Larry Malroy in the building. He says Trump lost when he insulted LeBron. Hashtag dumb. I don't think he lost when he insulted LeBron. I don't.
He actually won Ohio, so
there's that. Yeah, they caped for Rittenhouse. What's that about? What are you talking about?
He probably thinking blacks caped for Rittenhouse.
Oh yeah, the guy I forgot the name. Kyle Rittenhouse. That's the guy that shot some people in Yeah, they caped for Rittenhouse. Actually, I saw one of the most objective people in this space, not in this space. He's I forgot his name. Very objective, and he explained why Kyle Rittenhouse technically shouldn't go to jail. He broke down the video very well and had all the laws and everything broken down right there. And also, Rittenhouse, hey, a white dude shot some white dudes at a protest. I'm like Kermit the Frog in that meme, sipping that tea like that. That's none of my business. I really didn't care with that one. That that one didn't matter to me. White, I mean, not to just make it all about race. I mean, people. What did he kill one of the people he shot or no? I don't think nobody died. I think just bad injuries. But I seriously, I didn't put too much thought in that. I watched one video of somebody giving a breakdown how he was fleeing the scene. He did fall. He was charged by people. He only shot when he was charged or something. I forgot how they explained it, but it wasn't. It didn't look like he's gonna do time. But it was some BS. Why the hell is he there? Who gets in a car, drives 30 minutes with a automatic weapon to defend somebody else's local Kroger or Save-A-Lot or whatever the hell that was. That's just stupid. So an argument could be made. He went down there to shoot somebody, but I don't know. But I didn't put that much thought into that one. I didn't really care. Ask Kim Burney to discuss. Okay, all right, yeah, ideological subversion. We already talked about that one. Shout out to our Star Wars. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Also, we got that, and all right, yep, caught up on all of them. Almost missed our Star Wars though. Glad I caught that one. Y'all get that link in the chat. Oh, thanks, Sir Tice. You getting it good, getting the job done. Thanks, I appreciate that. Subscribe to the Enemy Nation. Subscribe to them. Also, all right, before we open this thing let's try to get the question answered again about what black conservatives need to do going forward, assuming Trump lose. The next step. What do we do? We talked about the media, how there is some fallout where the Democrats are just viewed as the party fighting against racism. Republicans viewed as the ones trying to uphold racism, even when they're talking about traditionalism, all of that they talking about. And I've made the case that Make America Great Again hat was just a dog whistle. I mean, I can see the dog. Well, no, let's get on that. Let's get on that. Why is it that the Republican Party, for better or worse, do seem to have to dog whistle to the card carrying races? What's up with that?
Big, that was Donald Trump's strategy, and just make no mistakes. Like I said, there are a lot of racist people by the left standards, and then there are some proud white people, you know what I mean, that feel like their rights are being encroached upon, their civil liberties, not their civil rights, but their civil liberties are being taken away to give other people civil rights. And so you see this clash. And so, but you see it coming from the left because they're winning the war. So you're going to see.
By the war, you just mean the media war of words?
No, the ideological war. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because it's going to lean liberal. It's going to lean liberal. You know what I mean? But the reason why it's leaning so liberal now is because the voices of the right have been painted as racist so thoroughly that when you look at Fox News, like when I make a video, right? If I have a Fox News clip in it, it automatically delegitimizes my video to a lot of people because oh, you listen to Fox News, nigga? I ain't, you know what I'm saying? No matter what the content is, they see the Fox News logo, they say I ain't listening to it. They turn it off. They're not even going to give it a chance, right? And that's because Fox News has been painted as a racist, or white wing, far right channel, and it didn't help that you had your Laura Ingraham on there and Sean Hannity and that other girl that they used to have, Tommy Lauren,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is, look, you remember when on Malcolm X the movie, right? Where they beat the black man and Malcolm X went to the to the jail, and he looked at the black man, and he was like, "This guy's right here." And then they looked out there and saw those black people.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't a leftist movement. That was a rightist movement, right? But that's the fear that us as black conservatives, especially black conservative men, should put into, anybody. So when we say something, we should have that street credibility with our people, and people of color or BIPOC, whatever you want to call it. But also we can relate to these white folks. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, when we say something, it's got to be like, hey, look, this dude ain't caping for these white folks. He's thinking, that's what we want to be known as, right? Free thinkers.
Yeah.
But we're not winning the perception of free thinkers. I can't call you a field Negro, you know what I'm saying, if I'm using the same talking point that Ben Shapiro's using. We got to come up with our own talking point if we want to be looked at as intelligent black men or conservatives or whatever.
Right on. We got Pablo in the building. What's going on, Pablo?
What's going on, Bernard? And
What's
to
up,
your
what's
guests,
up?
good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Pablo. How you doing?
Yeah. So I wanted to clarify my statement about the gentleman I spoke of being serious men. We have some surrogates, I guess it is, for the black conservative movement out here representing us, like a Candace Owens, right? And I remember there was like two twin black women who were supporting Donald Trump who were out making total fools of themselves.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Diamond and Silk. I don't know if they were twins, but I do remember. I mean, that's what you're talking about, Diamond and Silk.
Right. And so one of the things that attracted me to the conservative movement is the black men that I saw, they were serious people.
Yeah.
Right. They weren't reality show stars.
Yep.
They were serious men. And so when they trot out people like that, it turns me off. And I don't particularly like the whole reality show. I'm gonna say is the most shocking shit I can say to gain favor with whoever. I just don't think that's necessary, and it's certainly not helpful to our cause. And so that was my point. It's not that I don't think Tim Scott has never been called an Uncle Tom. Of course, someone has. But for the most part, the majority of black Americans, because I got family in South Carolina, for the most part, people respect them and take them seriously. Right? They don't take a Candace Owens seriously. They ain't looking at Diamond and Silk and taking them seriously. You understand what I'm saying? Juan Williams is a serious man. And so that's
they're all serious. You're right about that. They're all serious. You know what I mean? And I'm glad that you came up and clarified your point. And it was a beautiful point, especially the example of Diamond and Silk and Candace Owens, because you said it turns you off, and you're a conservative.
Yeah.
So if it turns you off, imagine how it turns people that can be converted to conservatism, but they're not even going to listen to that content.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And man, I was right when about Colin Powell. I wanted to vote for Colin Powell, but he didn't run for whatever reason, for whatever personal beefs that he had going on within the party, right?
Right.
That was a part of why he kind of broke camp with the party, because it was some other personal issues going on between him and the leadership. Same thing with Michael Steele. See, these are serious guys, and I wish they would be more in the forefront of the movement than a Candace Owens, is my point.
Yeah. I agree wholeheartedly with you, Pablo.
Yeah. Judge Zilla says the world is just more classist than it is racist, but let us continue to focus on the fever instead of the sucking the sucking chest wound. LOL. Hell, Cybertron. Yeah, I do see how it is. It is more classist than racist, but it does with these political discussions. It does undoubtedly turn into a race thing. I like how y'all mentioned Candace Owens, and I don't know why. I for whatever reason, like she could talk, and I could agree with a lot of stuff she say, but for some reason, some things just get annoying. I don't know. I can't even put my finger on why sometimes, but it's something.
She speaks so much about education, like, you know, I'm educated, you need to educate yourself. I'm educated, and that's condescending, because to say that you're educated by default is saying that the person that you're talking to ain't educated. You know what I'm saying?
Heard her say that.
Oh, that's one of her. She was taught. You saw how she went off on Cardi B. Just listen to the response to Cardi B.
I deliberately did not listen to her and Cardi B's back and forth. I think that's what annoyed me about her. I think that this is getting into the celebrity junk and the back and forth, and I don't know. It's like they just those ones that just love responding to LeBron James. It just seems weird, and I'm not saying LeBron James shouldn't be responded to. But I don't know. But maybe they're just playing the media game because, you know, LeBron James, you know, if you get in the algorithm with a criticism of LeBron James, that is a smart move. So maybe I should just, you know, pull back on that or not expect a certain decorum out of them, because the decorum ain't always perfect over here. So there's that. But I don't know. Sometimes I'm overcritical of black conservatives because I do want to see it move in a certain direction. I do want to see them come off like they're, you know, like they really give a damn about black people, which sometimes it comes off as they don't give a damn about black people. They just care about saying what needs to be said for their white base to continue to support them. And it's a difficult task on how you deliver the message and not come off like that. That's why I spoke about, you know, it wasn't until I found the Black Manosphere that I hear black men talking to black men and making, you know, conservative, with conservative talking points, and then it was like an aha moment there. It's something about the ones that I feel like they're only talking to white people. It's almost like they're just it's just something, I don't know, something feels odd about it that I can't put my finger on, and maybe I just need to get over that.
It's our move. It's our movement to take, man. These white boys, they've been boring. They've been on the same Call of Duty chat room type shit. And it's time for serious black men to show them how it's done. We need our own Barack Obama on the right. That if you said, well, here's Barack Obama and here's this black conservative, and you could feel confident that this guy could go toe to toe with a Barack Obama, right?
Man,
we need that in this party.
That is why I so passionately wanted John James to win in Michigan. I reported on here that he had the victory in the bag because he was up like 55 to 44%. But when all those late Biden votes came in, absentee ballots, all of that stuff, just like how it bumped Biden up, it bumped Gary Peters, and then my boy.
Those were the ones that was all 100% Biden.
Yeah,
was that Michigan?
Yeah.
That was Michigan, where it just wouldn't. It was like a normal trajectory,
okay. And then some shit with that one.
And then back to normal trajectory. I was like, oh shit! But
they're probably gonna have another election in Michigan behind that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I'll just say I was disappointed that he did drop down. It was still close. It was extremely close, even after the seemingly shady looking stuff, but you know, it was still close. But he was that guy that he was. I was calling him black conservative Obama. I think he's somebody who had what it takes. But Search Heist in the building. Go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic. What's going on?
Hey, salute, Enemy Nation. What up, Pob? Bernie, regarding John James, he ran into the same optics issue from what I'm seeing. You know, my original home state is also Michigan, and I did some research on him. He's got the problem where he has the white wife, and I think this gets back into your point that you made, I believe, yesterday, where it's not just the image and the marketing, but it's also the optics that so-called conservatives run into a problem with. Okay, we instantly associate, oh, if they got the white wife or whatever, and they spout conservative issues, that they don't get this or they don't understand our plight. You were saying the reason I came up is, and I want to present all this also to Enemy Nation, is Bernie, you saying that you think that the problem is with the messaging, generally speaking, right? Like you go back to your Fox News example, and then how MSNBC presents some issue, right? Is that your general position?
Yeah. The Fox News, if the conservatives are not the racist one, and it's really the liberals that are racist, the conservatives in the mainstream media are failing to counter the charge that has been put on them.
I don't know if you've heard of the walk away hashtag, but this kind of ties into, and feel free to pick this up wherever you'd like, Enemy Nation. I'm positive you've heard of it, but
yeah, I know about it.
Okay, yeah, you do. Okay, but my bad in assuming that or whatever. Thanks for expounding on that ideological subversion point. You did that brilliantly, Enemy Nation. But I think that you can reach people, but similar to how the walk away thing is, you say how we're being pandered to. And just one more brief comment. There's something in the chat where people are saying, oh, be quiet, Trump lost, whatever, get over it. So there's never post-game analysis after a game. There's never. Help me understand this.
Time out. This conversation is literally titled in a moving forward after it's over. It's called "What's Next," meaning an acknowledgement that okay, GOP lost. Now what? What do we do going forward? That's okay, so they can.
I gotta jump in on this.
I did. When I had on Hood Conservative, that was the time for them to come in and talk all that. They could talk all that shit then. They could,
right?
Because that was basically a gripe fest, pulling out all the evidence of fraud. Let's go in and get all this off our chest. But now we having a more sober conversation about okay, he lost. Now what? So they can't charge us up no more. So they on some bull with that one.
Yeah, feel free to expound on whatever I said, Enemy.
What did you say before that?
What I was just simply saying is that one way. See, here's the thing. What I personally tire of is if you say a conservative or something that's associated with conservatism, even though I think 90% of Black values stateside are in line with being conservative. If you say this, you're perceived as you don't understand, you don't get it. Whereas I was asking one way that you can get people to reshape their worldview, because as you mentioned, they've been ideologically subverged, is listen to these walk away stories, or I actually use real messaging, because I'm of the opinion
that
both sides have both sides have shadiness in them, but we as the black male vote, we can sway either side with our issues. That's what I would really like to get us to.
Yeah, that's the power of the Black people, but we have to be seen as genuine. We have to be seen as the men that's doing our job. You know what I mean? Like these women that are out, Black Lives Matter, right? They took the forefront. They took up the LGBTQ issue. Okay, that's fine. If y'all want to do the LGBTQ thing on the left, that's fine. On the right, we'll take up the serious issues of Orlando Castile, where he legally owns a gun and gets fired. We'll take that issue up because the right obviously dropped the ball on that, right? We should take that issue up and be serious about it, and be and not hold these people's feet to the fire. That means if you got to hold the NRA feet to the fire, then do it. I was watching the Angry Vikings, and I saw the Hood Conservative on his channel and everything. And I go to their website, right? And they say, we're not white supremacists and we're not white nationalists, whatever, right? So they say that they're not that. But obviously that's not working And in this day and time, that's not fucking enough. Not only you have to say that you're not this, but you have to denounce it. And that was the problem that Trump, you got to denounce the KKK. You got to denounce white nationalists. You got to denounce all these hate groups just because, look, black people didn't go and have an entire industry. I'm talking about from this country. I know black people own slaves or whatever, but the narrative is that white people did that. The narrative is that white people rode around with fucking hoods and so on and so forth, and disenfranchised blacks. The reason why there's a 13th, 14th, and 15th amendment, and the reason why there was the 1871 KKK Act was because of white folks. Okay, so let's not get it twisted and forget that history. So no, not only do you have to say that you're not a racist, and you could even leave that out. You can say, well, we're not white nationalists, we're not white supremacists. You can leave that shit off your page and save that space to say we denounce X, Y, and Z. The Proud Boys can say that we denounce X, Y, and Z specifically. That way, they can't paint you as that. And plus, your actions should show it. You know what I'm saying? And then you build up credibility, because nobody's going to listen to anybody that they haven't built up some type of credibility. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm like, look, we can take over the conservative movement, make it our own, like we did coming out of fucking slavery, right? We can stay on that. We can retake it and change the narrative. But if we go about it stupidly, and come off as loyalists to Trump, okay, well, what happens when Trump is gone? See what I'm saying? We need to right now decide where we want to go. Do we want to continue to be conservatives, or do we want to just go back and say, okay, well, you know what? I'm Trump is gone, and I'm just going to be quiet and let these leftists get us kicked off of YouTube and so on and so forth, because we haven't built any racial capital or legitimacy. So I'm saying build that legitimacy. You don't have to take up the cause of a dude coming with a knife, but you can certainly say, hey, look, you know what? Shooting a dude 10 times, that's a little bit much. If you can't kill him with 3 shots center mass, then stop. You know what I mean? That can be an argument without jumping on the bandwagon and say, well, they wasn't justified in doing it. Yeah, they was justified in doing it, but was the excessiveness justified? Because it goes beyond killing the man, and it goes into something else. It goes into disdain for the man. It goes into hate for the man, because you can kill a person justifiably, but you can go so far as to mutilating their body and making them unrecognizable, and that goes beyond the argument. You was justified in killing him, but this other shit wasn't justified. So we don't have to go on the talking points that the left goes on that it wasn't justified. We can have our own fucking talking points, is what I'm saying. And it's ours and ours alone. If you don't like it, then that's when you can say fuck your feelings to the right. But until you have to the white people, right? But until you have your street cred, right? Till you have that, be moderate with your black, brothers. Let them know that we love you. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying, man. I'm sorry to go on a tirade.
Oh no, you went off, and I liked it, but real briefly, I'm gonna briefly pass the mic to RBR, because he's super chatted me quite a few times, so I'm gonna give him a minute or two to fire off his shots. We ain't about to just be posted up on my panel, but the brothers super chatted me enough times to where, okay, I'm gonna give him the floor, I'm gonna give him the mic. Go ahead, you got it, RBR. Fire away. You got about a minute and 30 seconds to tell us how much we hate black people and love the Russians. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. Well, the problem from day one is the myth of white supremacy. And I do blame Frances Cress Wessling. I'm just as black as you guys. And so when I read the ISIS paper, and she was talking about white people being superior and being able to put racism into systems and institutions, I loved everything else about the book. But white people aren't superior. They can't take the racism out of their DNA and put it into the system or the institution or the honey nut cornflakes. No, the racism is in the racist. The white supremacy is in the white supremacist. If you take the racist and the white supremacist out of the system, out of the institution, off of the police force, out of the educational system, out of ownership of 99.9% of mainstream and social media, if you get the racists out of there, you got rid of the racism. Why? Because the system's fine. It was created by Africans. The Constitution was given to the United States, the founding fathers, from the Moroccans. The Moroccans weren't slaves. They had to import the slaves from Africa, but the Moroccans, who were here before the British colony, British got here, they weren't slaves. No different were the Native Americans, the Asians and Indians that were here. They weren't slaves. But when the Nazis came, when the Ku Klux Klan and the Trump nuts came, then obviously they lied to everybody that they were slaves. It's just not true. So if we can get the racist out of the system, if we can stop, you guys don't consider the other side. There are black people who support Obama, who support Kamala Harris, who know damn good and well Obama's black, who know damn good and well that Kamala Harris is black. The notion that if you're black, you don't have a black agenda. But if you're conservative, if you're Nazi, if you're Ku Klux Klan, if you're rooting for Putin, then you have a black agenda? Come on, Ice Cube. These Nazis don't have no black agenda. You don't have a black agenda. You're trying to protect your wealth. You want to be rich. And if you have to save yourself, black man, and let the racists kill everybody else, you're willing to do that. And shame on you. Now, let me respond. Let the brothers respond, and then I'll ask. They don't want to respond because they're scared of the truth. That's fine.
No. We can respond. I'm amazed that you're actually somewhat civil for a change.
I was just about to say that was like the least crazy stuff he said.
I mean, it's funny how he eschews over the history of the Democratic Party, but then says the triple.
All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna allow some craziness for a minute because I actually got to step away for 5 minutes. So RBR, you can rock on the panel for until at least until I get back. Because all right, so I got to step away for a second.
So you're saying that just being merely black means that you're going to have a black agenda. That's what you're saying, even though we can look to Kamala's record and clearly see she was a prosecutor, that her agenda wasn't black, right? So, by the way, save the personal shot. Save the personal shot. Let's keep it. Define a black agenda. That's very simple. Things and policies that benefit black people. Okay.
Putting black people who kill black people in prison, would that be a black agenda, or just to let them run free and let Suge Knight kill everybody?
You mean like the truancy thing that she did with the parents and spilling those?
She didn't write the truancy.
She did that. She didn't. But she selectively enforced it.
Log. Okay, now let's talk that. If you're a black prosecutor, correct, and there are laws on the books, be they about murder or immigration or truancy, is it a black agenda to do your job and enforce the laws, or should you let everybody go who hates democracy and hates the Democrat?
I'm going to answer your question with a question. Okay. Yes, you should enforce the law. However, are you aware that there are laws on the book that are often not enforced? Case in point, jaywalking in particular areas. But hey, according to your logic, a prosecutor is wrong for not going after all jaywalkers because they're not enforcing it. But because this fits your narrative, you're saying they should follow this to the letter of the law.
Well, okay, let me answer the question. If a jaywalking case was brought to Attorney General of the state of California, do you think she would prosecute that case?
I can't say it was just a random example of something.
How many jaywalking cases did Kamala Harris prosecute?
Okay, really, RBR? Really? You saw the point. The point I was mentioning, it wasn't to take jaywalking literally.
Trying to make your point, which is
I'm lying to make a point. I didn't say. You know what? The mere fact that you don't understand. No. You're not going to try to overtalk me.
I'm not
The
going to
mere fact that you took what I said literally clearly says you don't understand the point I was
You
making
don't
about
understand
selective
like
enforcement.
racists be doing.
Okay.
But,
Yeah.
the biggest case that Kamala Harris, that the Republican Party used against Kamala Harris, is a minority shot and murdered a cop, and Kamala Harris prosecuted the perpetrator, the suspect, but she didn't go for the death penalty, and they hated it. They had a case in California where an undocumented alien, Mexican, found a gun. He didn't know the gun was loaded, but he picked up the gun and he pulled the trigger and he killed an Australian tourist.
Where are we going with this?
Here we are going.
Okay, no. You said the Republicans. You said the Republicans did this against Kamala Harris
because they don't want to put in that position.
Hold a second.
If they get in that position,
before the Republicans came, or as you say, I guess you're forgetting how Tulsi Gabbard, one of your beloved Democrats, pointed out this very same thing, inconsistency with that. Okay.
Democrat. Yes.
He's a Republican Democrat. What?
Yeah. She was supported by Vladimir Putin and the Russian. Putin supported Gabbard.
Okay, so I love how you bring up these Russian things, but you ignore the Hunter Biden laptop case. You won't even let that, because that would be a lie.
Facts.
That would be a lie.
Yes, it was really Hunter Biden. Here's the game.
Honestly, y'all have the same argument that y'all have
wait a minute.
Daniel Cameron
for this. Trump was impeached for this. The Hunter Biden had a laptop. He was a registered lobbyist for the Ukraine, a U.S. ally. The Russian government invaded the Ukraine and kicked out the president and stole all the damn money, and then stole the 2016 election. So Hunter Biden, a registered lobbyist for the Ukraine, was working in the Ukraine and apparently took his laptop to the repair shop. They went to the Republicans went to the repair shop, paid the dude $100,000 and got the laptop. Now on his laptop,
No. I love how you tell these things and you leave out facts. He left the laptop and they reached out to them. Okay.
Yes or no? Was the laptop investigated? Were Hillary's emails and Huba Abedin's laptop, were they investigated? Yes or no?
Repeat the question again. I was kind of ignoring you. I mean, I'll admit. Repeat the question about Hillary's emails again.
Not a conservative. Yes, I understand.
Oh, I'm not a. Oh God. See, this is the problem with your. No. I support conservative views. Okay. That doesn't mean
on YouTube, okay? On YouTube,
whatever. The guest was going to speak.
It was investigated, and it was found to be a goddamn lie. The emails
because you say it,
that you added to John Podesta's, they weren't Hillary's emails. They were her campaign manager, John Podesta. His brother was still salty because Hillary lost to Obama, so he gave his brother's email address to the Russians, and that's how they hacked the DNC. They weren't Hillary's emails because Hillary's email server, her private email server, so they couldn't hack her server, was in her.
No, that's not. But that was against federal guidelines. But let's ignore that part also. Okay.
Well, name a president.
Every president has their own email server. Are you saying? But let's not even get into the weeds because you think
Trump. Wait a minute. You think Trump goes to the Starbucks to get online? You think Melania goes to?
Yes, I do. If that'll humor you,
a first lady in the modern era, right, since the 90s, who didn't have a private email address and an email server attached to it in the basement of her home. Colin Powell.
Why did Biden meet Hunter Biden? With these various Russian people, or was that all just media disinformation?
No. What did I just say? I said that he was a registered lobbyist for the Ukraine, which was an ally of the United States until Russia invaded the Ukraine, which is why they were sanctioned. And why we shut down 65% of their oil sales and made the U.S. #1 in oil and kicked them to the bottom 43% out of 45 industrial nations economically.
I have a stop. I have a simple question for you about Biden. I have a simple question about Biden, since you love doing the whole word salad thing. So you're for the banning of online ammunition and gun sales. You're actually for that.
Absolutely. 100%.
Wow. Okay.
Amendment. Let me talk about the Second Amendment. Doesn't say that you can go into an elementary school at Sandy Hook and bear arms against the first grade.
What does online sales have to do with that?
What does owning guns and killing people because you don't like their politics? What does that have to do with the Second Amendment? Shut up.
You shut up. You sound like never mind. You know what? I'm not going to get into this with you. It's very clear that you don't understand that criminals don't go to Harry's gun or gun broker to buy their guns. Okay. They do not go to
the trade show. They go to online. They go to Alex Jones. They go to some.
Do you know how to purchase a gun online? You just don't go online and you.
Why would I know that?
Why would you need to know? It's very wow. Well, hey, this is part of the disinformation, disarming the citizens. By the way, you can't just buy a gun online. It has to be a middleman in it. Okay?
Now, Obama signed a law that Rittenhouse. Obama signed a law that went into effect.
It's legal in the state that he was in that he can buy a shot or that he can have a shotgun. Okay?
What are you doing with Wisconsin? It wasn't legal in Wisconsin. He lived
No. You asked how did he get a gun? I'm telling you how. I had a shotgun when I was 9 years old. Okay.
Now that goes back to Obama's law. So if you buy a gun for hunting and you use the gun to go to Kenosha in Wisconsin.
Kenosha, pronounce it correctly.
Kenosha, yes. Change the subject. Move the goalpost.
No, it's not changing the subject. Move the goalpost. You said it wrong.
You shoot somebody, and because they're protesting the murder of George Floyd, then you lied on the application as to what you were purchasing the gun for. You were purchasing the gun to go hunting, and then you went hunting for Black Lives Matter people in Kenosha, and that makes the gun purchase illegal. If you're 16,
what? And that makes no sense. Hold on. No, you can't cross state lines with that. Makes
he crossed state lines.
Anyone else have anything to say on this? I see. I can't even have a logical conversation with you. You twist the facts.
Have any racist talking points that can deny
talking? What was name one racist talking point that has been covered on this entire panel?
Kill Black people because you're a racist. What? That's a racist talking point.
Well, RBR, you mentioned something about Ice Cube being rich. What's wrong with being rich, brother? He earned it. He earned it legally. And what is wrong with a black man? Wait a minute. Let me finish. You've been talking for 30 minutes. Let me finish. What's wrong with a black man protecting his personal self-interest? He earned it.
Everybody else in the black race. Okay.
He earned it. It doesn't belong to all black men. It belongs to him.
Million black people to protect Peasley Little Milk.
They can go out and earn it just like he did.
We have a collective spending power of $1.3 trillion. That is the basis and foundation for the U.S. economy.
They can learn a lot from a black man that's worth $22 million.
And he earned Ice Cube worth more than that. Ice Cube is in the hundreds of millions.
Oh, excuse me. I'm shorting the man.
Yeah. He's in the hundreds.
Pablo is saying that the people who have 1.3 trillion spending power, Ice Cube's money is in the bank. That 1.3 trillion black people spend into the economy. You telling me he could tell us more than we could tell him when we got 1,000 times more money than
what
him?
Does this have to do with his question?
They spend it on consumer goods because they're not disciplined. They spend it on $1 million. RBR. They spend it on consumer goods, RBR, because they're not disciplined. They're undisciplined. Black people have lost their way, lost their discipline, lost their pride and self-respect. That's why they're out here running around doing WAP videos and all kinds of other shit. and you want to sit up here and talk that craziness. Personal responsibility will always win.
Yeah, sorry
Yeah.
about that, everybody.
Why'd you walk away?
No, I had to. I had to. Yeah, I had to suffer. Yeah, I had to suffer through RBR. I apologize. He came in kind of sane, and then I don't know. I was busy. I wasn't able to really listen in. It sounded like I was borderline having a good conversation that had, you know, ups and downs of craziness. But so I don't know. But yeah, I apologize if it got real bad. I didn't get to hear all of it. I just left y'all. I locked y'all in the room with a like that's like locking y'all in the room with a 2-year-old with a loaded gun. yeah, just,
Hey,
That's
Bernard, you locked us in the room with the hyperactive cousin that came for Christmas and broke all your toys.
yeah.
That
All right. Justin March, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. If anybody contributed while I was away, while I stepped away, I'd like to thank you for that. I don't see anything on there. Hopefully, it didn't scroll up. Hopefully, I didn't miss it. But thanks everybody who's supported thus far. But we got BMT in the building. What's going on?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I know this is a good conversation because we've had a talk about it, off screen with a few conservatives, and I would honestly tell black men, don't panic. Just what you need to start doing is you need to start actually like conglomerating your money, like start building your own micro party. You feel me? Like don't even argue. Like just say, okay, good. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for the next fight. You feel me? Because that was the biggest flaw that we had as black men. We were trying to get onto a party rather than already come with your own black male conservative party. You understand what I'm saying? Because then you have more of a leverage to say, listen, we're on our independent silo. We have our conservative base. We're hardworking blue and white collar men, but also we have our own money and our own backing power finance. It can be done, and it is being done with certain men. But the thing about it, and I'm trying to just tell other men, but this is why I got plenty of calls and messages. BMT, what you gonna say? Y'all know I've been a conservative since I've been in the manosphere. The thing about it, I didn't freak out, but I was like, these kind of things. It was eventually going to happen. You understand? It was going to either happen in the 4 years or after the other 4 more years that it was going to happen. But we already knew that the day was coming. It just happened today. You feel me? But the only thing I could tell, listen, if we survive our harsh upbringings from different verses of life, this is just another Tuesday for me. You feel me? All this is telling me to do is get my money ready and just be prepared for the next war. Because I already know when things swing far left, what eventually has to happen with the pendulum? It has to swing back right. But this time, I'm going to wait for everything to crash and burn, and then I'm going to be in a position to where I need to be. You got to Game of Thrones these type of situations. I'm going to let them play and do what they do, because you know, if they need certain systems or certain types of deals to get by, and you're like, well, I'm a standalone. I'm not dependent on those things. So start finding people who can write grants, do notaries, find the people and find the allocated men and women that you need that actually will work for you and put them under you. Lobby for what you want. As I said, don't say nothing too much, because see, trying to get them to understand, because of course they're gonna throw in your face, nah. Fine, just let them be the kids that they want to be. You know what I'm saying? You're going to see some stuff. You're going to see some stuff these next coming years. I've already prepared. But what I'm telling y'all is that, listen, y'all, doesn't hurt if we start saying, okay, y'all, every once a month we're going to put up $120. Now, a lot of people, that's a lot of money. No, it's not. Put up $120 in the next 4 years. You know how much money that's going to amass? So then when you start putting your money in your allotments of what you want. But the thing about it is, I understand that we don't have that kind of trust for each other. But when you start lobbying for your own party and start pushing for your own things of what you want, then they're gonna be, oh shit, they're serious. So then,
Hey, BMT.
Yes, sir.
Can I just I'll say this very brief. What you're saying, as you said, hold the water, fellas, because the House flipped. I'm talking on just the government. I think government is only one thing that we have to consider. We do have to look at our local levels also. But I just wanted to say this: the Senate is still going to be on the GOP side. We all know this. Every 4 years, the federal election is always the one that has the most voters. The midterms, which tends to have the less voters, I sincerely see in 2022 that the House is going to flip, is going to go Republican. So now you're going to have a Republican Senate and House. Okay. So, and what you're saying about the money and what have you, I mean, we've said this before, but I just want to repeat it. We got to get past this talking and put our money where our mouth is. And we got to back, it's not just these candidates. We got to back some of these initiatives, not just with talking, not just with panels, but hey, here's the kitty, whatever, here's the initiatives we want push. Go ahead, brother, BNT.
No, and see, that's the thing about it. Like, we already see how we already see how we can already do that. That's what I'm saying. Like, the biggest flaw was black men were too loud. So they were already going to intercept anything that we already did. You understand me? Because we were too loud. I wouldn't have said a damn thing. I wasn't even trying to. I stopped talking politics for a while. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to just put my money in this location, in this location, in that location. So you never knew where I was really sitting. You just knew that, hey, I think he's a conservative, but I don't know what he's funding. Good. Because that's how you're supposed to move. And then when it gets done, it's done. And then we step out into the shadows like Senator Palpatine and then mow everything down. You've got to start preparing for the next war. Because, see, we already know they're going to be pushing some crazy stuff to try to get a reaction out of black men. They're going to actually do stuff. Hey, if they don't want to work with you, let that woman do what she do. If them men want to go out there and act bonkers and crazy, let them go ahead and burn up and do what they do. Because, see, after a while, when they start out and burn out their ration, and they will, promise you, they will all of a sudden say, what are y'all black men doing? If you want part of what we do, you have to come under us and work for us, not with us, for us. Because now you're at a bargaining position that they have to work. And that's the thing, that's power. That's power. Don't say nothing, just take over stuff. You got to pull a Palpatine. Just start buying out the Senate. And we can do it. We can do it. Small groups have been doing it. You don't even know what the Arabs are doing. All you know is that they're funding stuff. We got to do the same thing. Start getting into stuff that they least expect us to. There's a lot of stocks and stuff that are starting to change. It don't cost nothing but just $40 or $50. Black men, it is possible. We just have to rethink on how we're going to attack this battlefield.
Enemy Nation, you can go ahead and respond to that.
Yeah, BMT is he's got a point in my opinion. Yeah, you don't want to be loud like some of these right-wing white groups, man. They're stuck on certain things, and we as a people, and I'm just addressing the title of this show, is that we should be galvanized and mobilizing just to make the world better for all people. And since the world hasn't been particularly good for black people, we always coming in last. And I know that sounds cliche, but it's absolutely the truth. Then we should be at the forefront of that betterment. And so it's not wrong to say, hey, look, we want to make the world better for everyone, beginning with us. You know what I'm saying? Because we are the canary in the coal mine. So if the world is better for us, then it's by default going to be better for everyone else. You know what I mean? I can't be out there advocating to make the world better for illegal aliens or, LGBTQ or whatever if it's not directly if we're not getting better as a people. And I think that both people on the left and the right can agree with that, and they can't argue with that. Conservatives can convert moderates. Moderates can convert liberals. But if you lose that messaging between the moderate and the liberal by not trying to get some at least some credibility with the moderate and just saying, look, I'm just going to stay over here with the conservatives and I'm not going to talk to these moderates at all, and either they like what I say or they can leave, then you're already doing dumb shit like shooting yourself in the foot. And we as a people, black men, we always like to say how smart we are and get mad at these black women, but the proof is out there. You know, we need to start winning. That's my take on it. So, and the commissions and building the commissions and all that, that's absolutely right. We need to have these commissions where you have people that are purely conservative. They have different ideals, different philosophies, and we can have these conventions with no interference from white people, Hispanics, none of that. That shouldn't even never come into conversation. Where we want to go as a movement, who we want to be as our leaders, put the $140, $120 or whatever in every month, have a pot to run some of these people for office, and have our own candidates run with in whatever party that we decide, which is going to be the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is nothing but a compilation of a bunch of smaller parties. The same thing with the Democrat Party. It's just a compilation of a bunch of different parties. You got the Bernie Sanders, you got BLM now. So we can't. We got to change our strategy, man.
Well, let me say this because excuse me, what BMT said when he's talking about funding politicians or whatever. What I thought about there, because people can just go on Black Lives Matter website and donate, and they've received millions. To my knowledge,
millions.
Yeah. To my knowledge, there is no, and maybe either BMT who alluded to it, or Enemy Nation, if y'all know of it. I don't think there's anywhere, like, okay, for example, I can just send money, like, for example, if John James was running again in 2 years or whatever, I can always send money to John James or whatever. But when you talk about ultimately buying politicians, and I made the Black Lives Matter reference, how anybody can go there and just throw some money at it. I don't think there's no black conservative equivalent like that, where there's a known organization, then we know what they're about, because Black Lives Matter, they using their money to help, put certain people in positions and stuff. That's basically what they're doing with all that money, try to basically get people with what I would assess to be a very liberal or black feminist ideology into office. There is no, and maybe y'all can educate me on this, no black conservative equivalent where you're not talking about that $140 or whatever to throw once a month, which I think is a good idea. But where
isn't that the opportunity though? Right there. I mean,
I'm trying to see. Does it already exist?
No. That's okay. The beauty. That's why. Because y'all know I don't normally jump on these type of things on these panels, but I'm saying that's why sometimes we got to take this type of battle for what it is. It's okay. See, there's nothing. You're right, Bernard. There isn't anything. So we're actually at ground zero right here. So now there is no right now faith. Right now we're just the boys. We're just legion. So that means all we need to do, it's like when you have somebody look like they're the figurehead, but we're actually the men behind the curtain. And all we need to do is just have it set up, and we just allocate the funds properly. Maybe we can start buying some trailers, buy some property. See, once you start getting the tangibles, when you start doing the certain stuff, and say, yo, this is what we have put up. This is what we're already doing. Once you start doing things like that, because you have to start showing that you're serious in the resource department as well as the political department. When you can start showing that and say, hey, with you or without you, we don't need you. And see, that's always been the Achilles heel towards the black conservative man. We've never been standalone. We've always joined on with different groups. But this time, I'm dead ass serious. Like fuck it. Let's just go. We're already at the bottom right now, always like putting it on the Blexit or putting it on X, right? And that's no shot at anything. But I'm like, this time, it's about a time where, okay, guys, let us 6 men sit at the Illuminati table and be the guys that fund the Avengers. They don't have to know who we are, but I'm saying when it comes time, we done built up our avatar, whoever it may be, say, hey, who's this guy? Well, he's been doing X, Y, and Z. He's actually go for this. But he answers to us.
I'd like to call it the Crispus Attucks Society.
Exactly. And see, it can work. That's the thing about it, that it can work. But see, that our only problem as black men that we've been having is we've been too loud. The hell with the loud. It has to be a covert thing where if we were serious about this, after we had done this video, we would have took it and put it on private and literally start, okay, let's just do the emails now. And if we have to talk about it, there will be a private Patreon where only the Crispus Attucks party would meet and just say, okay, guys, today we drop off the 120. We already got this brother right here doing X, Y, and Z. The portfolio's building up. It's possible. I'm a veteran, and I've seen how these things go down behind closed doors, where a colonel or a major will say, "Hey guys, put up the stipend of what we sent y'all the email. All right, the meeting will begin. This is what we're going to be going for." Next, you know, they'll walk this dude up on the platform with a suit on. He said, "How you doing?" We don't even talk to him. He doesn't get to talk to us. All he knows is he gets handled the money. He sits down. He's just the face. We are the actual voice. And until we actually understand that's how the black conservative man needs to move. Fuck the bullshit of us always trying to get somebody to want to do right by us. We just have to be the puppeteer that is just controlling the puppet. It sounds crazy, but it is doable because nobody will see it coming like that. Let them have this win. Let them think that we're the wounded wolf. That's when you become more damaged.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Consular Murray in the building with a super chat. Salute, thanks, and shout out to you. Appreciate that. We got Obsidian in the building. Go ahead, Obsidian. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
What's going on?
All right, so and I want to thank the brother. Is his name Enemy Nation?
Enemy Nation, yes.
Okay, so I want to say good morning to him because he's the guest here. How
you doing, Obsidian?
Doing great. How you feeling? Okay, so where do we go from here? See, I don't think that this is a question of money or a question of organization or a question of the media. I think this is a question of who we are as black men. What do we want to be? I mean, you know, we had a discussion yesterday, Bernard, about, and the way you framed it was clickbait, but it got at a deeper question. And that deeper question is, you know, freedom ain't free. Somebody got to pay. What I learned coming out of yesterday's discussion, I think is very applicable for today's question, what's next for black conservative men, is if you're a conservative black man, if you're a Republican, you pay your own way. It's pretty straightforward. You're willing to work for your freedom. You're willing to see to it that you remain free. You're willing to pay your own way. If you're a Democrat black man, I mean, let's just be honest about it. You want other people to pay your way. And that's not just in the field of, you know, relations with women. That's pretty much across the board. You're looking at subsidy, somebody paying for it, one way or another, hook by hook or crook. So I think really what this really comes down to is how do we move forward as conservative black men? I would like to propose that number one, and I want to give a shout out to Uncle David Carroll. I think he's right about this. This is going to be to use a military term, BMT. Thank you for your service to our country. I'll use a term he and other military veterans will be familiar with. This is going to be a tough, long slog, street by street, house by house. That's what it's going to be. That's what this is going to be. It's not going to be, we're going to get the money together, get a super PAC. We're going to, do the media thing. Those are all devices that really should be in service to what I'm talking about. No war was won without a ground war, with some type of ground operation. The sea, the air, those were components, but it was ultimately decided on the ground. And this is a situation, this is ultimately going to be decided on the ground where it really gets bloody. We have got to be willing to go belly to belly with brothers. Say, listen, man, do you want the welfare state or not? I mean, let's just get right down to it. Do you want it or not? Bottom line here. All this stuff about, racism. I remember Bernard Riley talked about Roland Martin talking about an anti-lynching bill. I mean, are you serious? In the year 2020, I mean, come on. Listen, man, we all know what the situation is here. The question is, do you want to end it or not? And see, what I am thinking in 2020, based on the events of yesterday, based on the little, little lifting of the veil here and there and slipping of the mask here and there over the past 5 years I've been doing this, a lot of black men really want that welfare state. They're not going to just flat out say it because it's pretty obvious if they give away the game there. But little hints over the past 5 years that I've seen, coupled with actions, strongly suggest that. So I think what has to happen now, what's next for Black Republican men, is that this is going to be a fight. This is going to sound bad, but this is going to be a fight black man against black man over what you stand for. Do you want the welfare state or not? Do you want a black intact family or not? Bottom line, the welfare state undermines this. Flat out. I mean, you can't get past it. You can't deny it. All the evidence on both the right and the left have agreed. The jury is in on this. Now it comes down to, what is the individual black man going to stand for? And that's going to get bloody. That's going to get ugly. You're talking about friendships ending. You're talking about people not talking to each other, people's families anymore. You're even talking about fights breaking out. Are we prepared to do that? Because that's what it's going to take. Now, I know where I'm at with this. I'm willing to go all the way. But are you? That's where I'm at with it. This has got to be done on the ground. 1-to-1.
Hey, but no, I was on mute. I was on mute. I was talking. Couldn't nobody hear me. I apologize for that. Lamont Davis, thanks for that super sticker. I appreciate that. Even though you be clowning in the chat, I do appreciate you dropping a little something on the super chat. Go to Enemy Nation, get Enemy Nation's response to what Obsidian said. Then we're going to go to the Golden Child.
Yeah, I respect what Obsidian said about willing to go all the way. I just don't think that it's going to be productive to be the antithesis of the welfare state, because there are a lot of black people that don't care, and I'm talking about a good percentage of black people that don't care about the state one way or the other. I mean, if you say the welfare state to someone that's been struggling to pay their bills, then of course they're going to say the state, because UBI is going to look real good to them as opposed to not having no income. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, no, but I'm
so
not talking about people though. I'm talking about black men, and let me be clear about this. Black
when
men.
when I say people, I'm talking about black people.
Hang on. No, I'm speaking of black men. The topic is men here. I'm talking about where we go from here. This is something that has to be done among men, black men. We need to make the other side say, yeah, I want the welfare state. I like the free pussy. Yeah, I like being a fuck boy. Yeah, I don't give a damn what happens to anybody else. Make them take that stand.
Well, they got it. First of all, that's assuming, first of all, that they have the same, that they value the same thing that you value.
Who the hell got up here and started talking about pussy, man?
Me.
You know, not everybody cares about.
And I'll tell you why.
And you're a goddamn idiot for doing it.
And I'll tell you why.
I don't care what you say.
I'll tell you why. I'll explain it. What are we really talking about here? If we're talking about families, how do families happen? Do we go to the Cabbage Patch and get dolls there? I mean, how does that happen? Does the stork drop off a baby? How does that happen? If we're talking about communities, what makes up a community? What makes up a family?
But
where does that come from?
But one of the things about it is we got to understand policies give incentives for family.
I agree.
The black man, due to these policies, have greatly crippled the incentive to want to have a joining family. Back then, we were the system for policy for our family. Now you have it where big government, no man on this panel can compete with big government in their bank. I mean, I'm a man and I'm a family man. Y'all know that. It's hard to, when I want to tell my cousin, listen, you need to go make right with your husband, and you need to break, you and your kids need to be back with him. Why? I make just as much money as him, and I understand why she's trying to say that, because the policies give her the incentive not to really want to, you understand what I'm saying? Not to want to reunite with that. This is why I'm trying to say, brother, we have to start playing behind the curtain, like, okay, hey man, listen, I know you're a judge, but listen, we need some incentive to get our you understand what I'm saying? We need the incentive.
Hang on. Yeah. In the case of your cousin, you mentioned your cousin. Okay. So in the case of I take it's a black female cousin, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason why she didn't want to go back is the argument was she made as much money as him. That was the argument.
Right.
Okay. How come he's not making more money?
I don't know. The job.
You actually think that would solve that issue, old man?
Right. Like we're trying to.
I mean, maybe hold a second. Maybe the guy. Hold a second. Let's not reduce this to merely money, old man. Maybe he's doing something he loves. Okay.
You have no idea how much she was making.
Right.
Like there's so many factors to even just say that.
Hang on. Bernard earlier said, and I agree with him. He speculated that black male Republicans were likely to out-earn black male Democrats. Did you say that, Bernard?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So and then you also stated that you would have liked to have looked at polling data to the extent that it's available as to whether the very small percentage of black women who voted Republican, what was their marital status. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, I suspect that the marital rate among the 9% of black women that voted Republican is probably higher than the marital rate among the 91% that voted Democrat.
Okay.
Let me ask you something else, City.
Real quick, I want to see where he's going real quick. Then we're gonna try to get it.
So with these two, we're gonna assume for a moment because we don't have actual data in front of us. But let's reasonably assume. We can reasonably infer that black male Republicans are likely to out-earn black male Democrats on average. And let's also assume that black women who vote Republican are more likely to out-earn, more likely to be married than black women who vote Democrat. Let's put a big argument. Let's assume that's both true.
Okay.
We do know, going to whites, we do know that Republicans tend to be married more than Democrats. We do also know, 1-to-1 on average, Republicans tend to be more prosperous than Democrats. So if that's true, if all of this is true, wouldn't we simply just look at that? Wouldn't we simply just look at those facts and simply make the case to our fellow brothers? Look, we already have a roadmap that works. All you gotta do is just do that. Why the need for reinventing the wheel, coming up with all these novel approaches when we already have a roadmap that's already shown us that works? But the trick is you have to be willing to put in the work.
How are you going to sell being married and having a family to a group of people who don't want it, even if you gave them the ability to have it?
But that's just it. But that's just it. If we're talking to black men and we're saying, look, this has been proven to work, that puts them on a hot seat. They have to say, no, I don't want that. I don't want a functioning society. I don't want all these other things, like what happened yesterday.
That didn't happen yesterday. Game Changer said he liked pussy. Let's not charge Game Changer up with some stuff he didn't say.
Yeah, but where again, let me ask you again. Where do couples come from? Where do families?
I get that part of it, but I predicted it.
We're trying to disconnect all of these things. We're trying to.
It's not disconnected, but what I predicted yesterday is that you were going to charge Game Changer up with some stuff that he didn't say.
So again, we're looking at data here now. We're not looking at the individual.
Okay, we can look at data, but let's not charge anybody up. Somebody who hold on real quick. Somebody who's on our team. We're not about to charge him up.
Is he? But is he?
We're not about to charge him
up.
Hold
on. Did you say on our team? Is he a Republican like me? Is he a Republican like you?
Yeah, he's not with the Democratic Party.
Was he a Republican like me? A Republican like you?
I'm pretty sure he voted for. Hold on, real quick. Let me just answer that question, and we're gonna move forward. I'm pretty sure he voted for Trump. I know for damn sure he didn't vote for Democrat. I know for damn sure he speaks out against the welfare state and feminism, and more specifically, black feminism. And he speaks up for black men and speaks down against all of that stuff. So in that sense, he is on our team. It is no reason to charge him up with everything that you're saying, because he said that yes, when he's single, he likes to get he likes to have casual sex from time to time.
I don't know if John James would talk like that.
You don't know what?
I do not know, and you could tell me because he's in your state. I don't know if John James would speak like that.
Yeah, he don't necessarily. I mean, John James don't speak the way that I speak either, or you for that matter. Like, that's why this is it's getting ridiculous. There's no reason to charge up Game Changer because he made one statement that I knew you were going to run with. I knew you was going to run with it.
Why would I run with that statement? Given everything you know about me, why would I focus on that statement? Why?
Because it gives you something to talk about. You use it as a tool to bolster your talking points.
Of all the things that I've done over the years, over 5,000 podcasts and live shows, do I really need to search for one off statement just to find something to talk about?
No, I'm not saying. Well, okay, well then, no, you don't have to do that. But I think I feel you're unfairly charging up Game Changer with something, and then that's what's happening.
I get the idea of putting together super PACs and all that sort of thing. Okay, fine. But there's something deeper than that. There's a serious ideology at work here that we got to confront.
But isn't that going to run away? Isn't that going to run away our constituents if we're like judging? I mean, what they do on their sideline life, I don't think that should have. I don't think that's going to weigh against them.
I respectfully disagree.
All right, the reason I said that it don't need to go that where an unnecessary civil war don't need to happen there. We're talking about about an individual who does talk about the importance of family. Somebody who does want a family. He just said that while single, he likes casual sex every now and then. There's no reason to go all the way there and say the events of what happened yesterday. I mean,
the Civil War has already started.
I get all of that, but Game Changer is somebody who's on our side of the line.
I know
we're not about to do that. We're not about to.
I'm not so sure.
But
He's not about to do that. He likes to bend people over his couch every now and then.
That's not the argument. That's not the argument.
I mean, the thing about it
The
is,
argument is about the welfare state and who ultimately pays for what happens out of all of this.
but
Yeah, and the person that you're charging up is somebody who's against the welfare state, just like us. Sun is hot Ra in the building. Says, "Sup, Bernard, please let's not turn this productive discussion about black men moving forward to a discussion about peace sleeve / gender war." I agree, even though they can be connected in a roundabout way.
Let me ask you a question.
Obsidian. Hold on. I think Obsidian initially was putting some decent stuff on the table, but when it got to the point where I felt like a game changer was being unfairly charged up with something, I feel like that's when hold on. We got a Golden Child requested the link like 30 minutes ago. He got it. He still haven't said anything. I do got to pass the mic to Golden Child. A few people super chatted and I missed it because the conversation got a little intense. I didn't mean to miss anybody's super chat. Oh shit! I don't care if I missed this one, but real brother radio says every argument Obsidian makes comes direct from Republican Party headquarters based on racist stereotypes that aren't true. It's why you lost. Hashtag RBR Network. Thank you very much, RBR. I appreciate that. I am about to go to Golden Child after a quadruple check to make sure that I didn't miss anybody's contribution. All right, thank you everybody that contributes to the show, and let's hit the like button. Oh, we got 176 likes, which isn't terrible seeing as there's 216 people in here. We should be able to hit even 200 this late into the show. So let's get the likes up if you haven't hit the like button already. What up, Silent? But go ahead, Golden Child. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yes, man. It'll only take a few minutes, about two at least. But I appreciate you, Bernard. My opinion on this situation is the situation that the conservative black men like myself and I guess the fellow brothers on this panel today is it's just my opinion. I think from looking at this, I think we fighting for black men like myself. I think we fighting this war on too many fronts. And the reason why I say that because we fighting against the so-called government. We fighting in-house with our women, our women, our wives, our sisters, our aunts, within. So when you're fighting a war within, sometimes, because I'm a man from the streets, I dealt in the streets for a long time, so I know how to, maneuver within with amongst my enemies. So if we starting to see our sisters as our enemies, so this how to me personally, I think we should move on this, men like ourselves. Sometimes you have to give a person what they want, and they will destroy themselves. And so, conservative men that who getting themselves together or have themselves together, you should sit back, you feed them, feed these people because they will destroy themselves. And so, instead of fighting all these different wars at one time, because we don't have the resources to do this, we can't fight this machine. Because they feeding our black woman against us, so we really cannot defeat our own black woman to get to the position or the point we trying to get back, get our woman back in order. That'll never happen with these women that we fighting against. That would never happen. I don't care how many packs you come up with, how many organizations you come up with. We don't have the money nor the resources to do it. So me personally,
are you saying do nothing? Hold on, wait, time out. I kind of got lost in what you were saying. Are you saying do nothing then?
No, I didn't say do nothing. I said as men like yourself and other men like you, what you do is you continue doing what you're doing. Don't put up a fight. Don't show no resistance, right? Keep doing what you're doing, but you don't have to put up a resistance. And I ain't saying stop doing what you're doing, like gathering your resources, but gather your resources to the people who will accept it, to the women who will accept it. Stop fighting that fight against those.
Hold on, but we talking about politics here.
Yeah, I'm
the
talking
individual. About okay, the individual man. Yeah, he needs to work hard and build his money.
Yeah,
and operate and deal with a woman who's on the board and on his program in his personal life. But you're saying for the larger conversation, for the country as a whole and the whole political scheme of it all, just shut up and go quietly into the night. That is doing nothing.
No. What I'm saying is that because sometimes with an enemy, you can't defeat him, and you have to realize, I can't defeat him in that battle. So sometimes you have to step back and allow him they will end up destroying themselves because you're fighting against two different people. You're fighting against your own black woman in this political game, and you're fighting against the machine in the political game. If you step back and move out the way, eventually
maybe we need to play the political game better. You're basically saying submit.
No, I'm not saying submit. What I'm saying is sometimes submission ain't always bad because if you allow the two parties that fighting against you, they don't have no enemy. They'll have to turn on each other, and they will demolish. They will destroy each other. And you will be sitting.
Okay, Obsidian. Now do you see what I mean by this is somebody who's on the opposite side of that line that I was talking about.
Explain that. Hold on. Explain that, but no, I want to know what you mean by that.
You basically said tuck tail, go quietly into the night. The weeds can't do nothing about it because black women too strong. That's
no, I didn't say that. No, I did. I understand why you assume I'm saying that. It might come off that way, but I'm not saying that because I know strategy. So sometimes you have to look weak to position yourself against the opposition because sometimes your weakness is
BMT said a good way of doing that. He said, okay, the L is taken, take the L. So we're going to look weak, but we got to do this behind the scenes. That's when you start talking about super PACs raising money. We was just talking about right before Obsidian came on. We talked about because I drew the comparison with Black Lives Matter, where people of all races just going throwing money at that. Is there a black conservative equivalent where we could even throw some money at? So then we was talking about creating that. So even I can respect what you were saying if you were saying, hey, be silent, but do this in the background. You saying be silent, do nothing politically in the background, just find you a woman who just ain't that mean to you and shut up and be happy.
No. I'm not saying that. What I was saying is the equivalent of what he was saying, but he was mentioning the super PAC.
You were saying that it's the equivalent of what he was saying minus the important part.
No. It's important to to set up your groups and whatever you do. You can do that. I didn't say don't do that. I didn't say don't do nothing. I said, but just stop because it looked like we at war with the woman and we fighting the black woman in this political game, and that's the fight. We really not fighting the system. We actually fighting the black woman in this system.
I'm asking a completely different question.
Oh, I didn't hear you. My bad. I didn't hear you. My bad.
When Bernard brought me up and said, "Do you see what I'm talking about?" I have no idea what he's talking about.
When you remember when I said game changer is somebody who's politically on our team, I was saying, and you said you weren't so sure about that, and I was looking at what Golden Child was saying is like this is somebody who's who we can see that he's on the opposite side of the line.
I'm not on the opposite side.
I'm gonna word it a little colorful. So just bear with me, but it sounded like he was ultimately saying, well, okay, you're gonna say you didn't say do nothing, but that's what it came off like. You were saying do nothing, just don't even try to fight it politically. Just let them have it. Just bow down, just submit, and just find you one woman who to submit to. I mean, to that you'll get along with, and just work and just make your money, and don't think about the larger social or political dynamics of the country. That's what it sounds.
So here's the question for me.
Somebody I think that by definition is on the opposite.
I can understand why you say that, but I don't really have an argument against that, but I wasn't saying that though. But I can see why you would say that.
Yeah,
all right, go ahead, Obsidian.
But here's the question for me. Exactly what do Black Republican men want?
Well, we need policies. We actually need policies that are protective for what we want.
I'm asking a question. What do we want?
Well, I just said it. We need policies.
No. That policy is a tool. That's a mean. What's the end?
What's the end?
Yes.
Well, I want a policy. I want policy that protect my job, my legacy, my finances, my equity, my lifestyle. We don't have that. That's something that the black man has never gotten unless we join on to other people. Either we joined on to the Democrats, either we had to join on to any other faction that wasn't run by us. We have never had something run by us for us to better us. So, in saying that, hey, I am going to lobby the judge under what I want in the state of Massachusetts, that's
the
power.
end game. The end game is the end game is the end game is collective self-determination.
Right.
That's the end game. When you as a people or us as a people can determine where we want to go, the route we want to take through history without having to go to the white people and ask them to co-opt our fucking movements and stuff. We can do it on our own. That will be the goal that has been achieved. But until we do that, that should be the end game.
But think about this though. But you have your own black woman raising the next generation of your opposition. You ain't fighting the system. Your opposition is coming from within. That's what
you're talking about is an ideology. What are you talking about is an ideological battle. That's fine and dandy, but you can't battle something from a position of antithesis. Okay, there are people I know that Obsidian is coming from a direction of, look, historically has shown that the black, that a nuclear family produces more wealth and is important. And so we know that wealth is important, but history has also shown ad nauseum that social capital is just as important. So a person can have all this money, they can have all this wealth that they want, but if they don't have social capital, if they don't have what actually is important to them, there are plenty of white people or plenty of rich people, I'm not going to say white, but plenty of rich people that have money and they are not satisfied with that. They don't have social capital. They don't have internal fortitude. You know what I mean? Like, they're not happy. And so we have to realize that, yes, there are people that are on the left that are pushing the split of the family and the welfare state. But there are also people that don't have the same, they don't value the same things that you might value. So if you're approaching them assuming that they value the same thing that you value, like, I value not being a hypocrite, I value credibility, right? I value not cheating, but there are certain people that don't care about that. You see what I'm saying? And so these are the people that need to be reached, because they don't share that view for whatever reason. So you have to find out what reason, you have to find out what reason it is, what is the cause behind that's causing that ideology to take root. And then you can go from disrupting that ideology. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But to say, hey, look, we're going to just be enemies just because you believe something different than I believe, you're never going to go anywhere.
All right. So if you're somebody that's about integrity, how do you propose working with somebody who has none?
Hey, it's not hypocritical to say that. That's your opinion.
I didn't say it was. I said, if your argument is I'm for integrity, there are people that don't believe in that. Okay. How do you propose working with those people who don't believe in what you believe?
Easy. Have them work for you.
No. When you're saying working with them, you're talking about trying, as far as your cause is concerned.
You said, I'm trying to understand your argument. You said there are people who don't believe what we believe. Did I hear that wrong?
Yes, basically. That was the gist of it.
Okay. So then you cited yourself, for example. You said, I'm not a hypocrite. I value people that are not hypocrites. I'm somebody that values people that are that have integrity. Okay, that's fine. How do you propose?
No, I said I value integrity. I value not being a hypocrite.
We got it.
Right. So my question to you then becomes, how do you propose working with someone who doesn't value what you value?
Well, it's about showing them. Look,
Let me answer that.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Enemy Nation. Let me answer that one real quick. There will be people that we can't work with. That I think that much is true. There will be people that we can't work with. To go back to what BMT was talking about when he started talking about starting to gradually assemble a band of brothers willing to all put up 100 something a month or whatever, those that ain't down for the get down, they not going to put nothing up, and they just not going to be in the camp, and those would be the ones that fall in the category of those that we can't work with. So we do really 20% voted for Trump, 80% didn't. So right now, as it stands, until more people are converted, it's the majority can't be worked with right now until they get converted.
Right. So exactly, like,
and it'll never be 100%. It's going to be people that are there are going to be people that are so far opposite of what you believe in. And what I'm saying is, if you value hypocrisy, if that's something that you don't want to look like a hypocrite, right? You value credibility. Well, there are certain people that don't value credibility as much as you do. So to come to them at an angle of, well, you're being a hypocrite, they can be like, I don't care about being a damn hypocrite. Okay, well, what do you care about? But if you can't even get to that point to find out what they do care about, to bring them further into your line of thinking, right? If you just say, oh, well, if you don't care about being a hypocrite, fuck you, I ain't got nothing to, they could possibly be well converted. You know what I mean? But if you're not finding out, everybody has a base, a foundation for their belief system. And so their foundation might not be the same foundation that you have. You know what I mean? So, and here's a prime example. I grew up in a 2-parent home, so I value my father, right? Where if you're talking to someone who grew up in a single-parent home where they was raised by their mom, and their mom was talking about how bad and sucky their dad was, you know what I mean? And I come to this dude, or I'm coming to this person, and I'm talking to this person with the values of my father that I value in the nuclear family. This person don't value that. They don't value fathers. So if I just say, well, you're a bad person because you don't value fathers, to them, they're like, so I have to find out, well, what do you value? What is well, I value my mother. Okay, I value my mother too. Now we have common ground and we can kind of move forward. And now if I'm smart enough, I can open up your line of thinking to why you should value your father. If you're a male, you might be a father one day. If you're a female, you might want a male to be a father to your children. Here are some examples. But you're at least in the door. But if you cut that avenue off, you can't move forward with that, man. It's called democracy.
All right, Mr. Wright in the building says yesterday's discussion reinforces the truth that some men on here won't stand against forcing us to be stepdads through taxation, likely because they benefit from the puss riot. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Wright. I appreciate that. We're gonna go to Black Ground Radio Network. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Yo, good morning to everybody, or good afternoon, should I say. Peace, Bernard. How are you, bro? Thank you for letting me
Doing good.
Yep. I guess my thing is, I guess the question I have for the Black conservatives, since you guys hitched your wagon to the Trump campaign and the Trump administration, like, where do you guys go now? Because with Trump losing, the Republican Party has to recalibrate itself, and I'm not sure if Black men's issues are going to be one of the narratives.
Well, I kind of gotta strip you right. I gotta strip you on the way up with that one. You're saying now that Trump losing, where do you go now? Because you've hitched your wagon to Trump. That speaks to the notion or the stereotype that Black conservative men aren't really Black conservative men. They just riding on Trump because Trump looked cool and talked cool and got money and smashed porn stars. So I got to strip you on the way up with that. There are Black men who are actually conservative in their views and their thoughts and what they want for Black people. So you can't. I feel like you're starting off on a bad foot. What are you going to do now that Trump is not in office? Did conservatism die?
Well, no, I know.
I would like to hear.
Damn, that's how you Thanos snap a nigga. God damn, he just disappeared after I hit
yeah,
that.
I was about to say I would like to hear him restate his question because I'll be happy to answer it. I'm not, you know, it was more bromide than actual earnest question. So,
Yeah.
But in any event, let me say this that So as a black Republican, I can clearly lay out what it is that I stand for and the policies that I would like to see to make that come about. Number one, let's talk about commerce. In my opinion, and based on all of the research I've done about our time in this land, you know, I'm not saying it's the only way, but I am saying it's one of the biggest ones for black men to advance is through business. Therefore, ergo, I would like to see the Republican Party do what it's always done best, advocate for smaller government, less restrictions and regulations and red tape, more advancement of opportunity in the free market for enterprising black men of talent to be able to do what they do. That's number one. Number two, I do want to see some criminal justice reform for the brothers that are not violent. They had a little scuffle or they had a dead dime bag or whatever. Okay, fine. They do their time. They serve they pay their debt to the state, and then they get a clean slate and a chance to start over. I'm for that. Number three, we got to get rid of the welfare state. It is destroying, it is hollowing Black America out from the inside. We got to kill it. If we don't, we'll never be able to get on parity with everybody else. It's the one thing that is destroying us. I mean, I could go on, but I mean, those are the big three right off the rip. Business for black men, criminal justice reform for brothers who aren't violent, and killing the welfare state.
Yeah. And mixed into that, shout out to my fellow culture warriors. It's the culture aspect of it. That circles right in all of it too. You know, that part isn't policy, but that part is important because this was kind of unearthed in the conversation that we was having with Game Changer yesterday. How he pointed out that welfare has always been there. It just the culture was different. The marital rate was so high, and because basically, in short, the second welfare existing in a non-feminist era, welfare existing without the second wave of feminism, it was kind of irrelevant. It was actually a good thing because it was actually used for the few people that fell on hard times, like or like a husband dies or something like that, or that small 10% of the population that wouldn't in a stable family, or sometimes the families when they were together, sometimes they need it. But typically, if the marital rate is high, welfare becomes moot. It's there needed for the few people that need it instead of being.
You should advocate for the welfare state, except for married families, and I think you get a lot more people that's more receptive to that. If you say, hey, look, you know what, we want the welfare state, but we want it adjusted. We want it to where it's married families instead of single because the family unit is important as opposed to a single. And we know that the families need it as a unit. And this promotes a unification of keeping the family together, because if somebody loses a job, then you have financial problems and then the family gets divorced. So we'll have this welfare state come in for we'll have this welfare state come in for married couples. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that people can latch into. That's something that can be mainstream, that you can get corporations behind. You know what I'm saying? But you can't get a corporation, major corporations, these ones that dump this money into Black Lives Matter. You can't get them behind a movement that says, hey, pull yourself up for your own bootstraps and go get a job, because not everybody values a job, but they still want to live. You know what I mean? It's a message that you can package and you can present to a Walmart or a Nike or something, and they can get behind that. You know what I mean?
My question here
And
is,
real, hold on, Obsidian, hold your thought on that question. One thing that I would add to your big three as well is child custody. I know that's not a big one for you. I mean, it is for me.
No, actually it is, and I'm gonna tell you how.
Okay, good.
The welfare state, and we got all this historiography and all. We all know what we're talking about. When I say welfare state, every black man here knows what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that means what you're talking about: child support court, family court, divorce court. That is bundled into the undermining. We got to be clear about what we're talking about here. Let's be clear about this. Why is the welfare state so important? Because it undermines the black man's authority in the home.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important.
Yeah.
If you got to be, here's the thing. My position is instituting black male patriarchy, where the black man is the undisputed lord and master of the home. Everything flows through him. Period. We're not talking about no partnership. We're not talking about no, can we talk about? Everything flows through him. Why? Because humanity has shown us down through the history, including our own in this country, that when you have strong, competent black men running the home, it works. That's what.
Yeah, real quick.
You're talking about, Bernard, about custody issues as a single dad. You remember what we talked about yesterday, the Mandalorian show. Mm-hmm. Very powerful message for us brothers. We need to get behind Jon Favreau and the Mandalorian for that reason, because he's supporting strong single dad. The Mandalorian ain't no pussy. We gotta be very clear about this. We need reform in the family court system to where dads are on equal footing with moms, and then they can hash it out. That's part of the welfare state that I'm talking about getting rid of.
Yeah. So it's all connected. All connected. We haven't heard from BMT in a while, and I'm glad you came up, man. You brought some good stuff to the table. My email is in the about section, man. Send me an email so I can have you. That way I can have your email if you're interested in doing a one-on-one, man. Because you definitely brought some good stuff to the table today. You haven't said nothing in a while, so go ahead and respond to whatever you wanted to. Go ahead.
Yeah. That's going to take us, brothers. We don't have a lawyer on our side. But to be fair, as black men, I don't have a lawyer. Something would happen to Bernard that is, bro, don't worry about it. Let's call the lawyer for the manosphere. You feel me? We don't have a judge.
There's nothing stopping us from getting a lawyer if we want one.
No. You're missing what I'm saying. A lot of these groups have a lawyer on ready.
And we can do the same.
See, that's what I was saying before you came, old man. Like, we have to start getting our roster together in these 4 years.
There's nothing.
I think I get what BMT is saying. Like, let's take this for example. Whenever something happens, some big media issue, some fallout, some controversy, somebody got shot by a cop. It seems like it's always the same few lawyers that stand up and speak. Yeah. That's because they're on retainer, paid by a particular group or organization, and this goes back to what BMT was talking about. Getting politically organized. The men who are in the club, so to speak, all putting up $100 a month. Then there's the lawyer. Then there's the lawyer who's being paid, and all everything like that. And then that way, when something happens, our black male, black conservative lawyer is speaking on behalf of the issue, and he's in that forefront, and he's on that thing. And it sort of goes back to something that Obsidian brought up a while ago, that I didn't think it was a particularly a good idea for what he brought it up for, but I still got the idea in my back pocket when he talked about buying ads for certain political issues. And I was thinking using that idea for something else. But yeah, you talked about buying ads for that. So that's an idea still in my back pocket. But if we do build a group like that where everybody's contributing to it, when something happens and the message needs to get out there, then boom, that money is right then and there. The lawyer that'll speak on behalf of these issues? What does black male conservatives say about this, and then and so forth and so on, and then our lawyer, our people that we fund, they'll start to be the people that are put on these big jobs and these big cases, and then we're a thing then. So yeah, so
can I address something here?
Yeah.
I assume it's a brother in the chat room.
Okay.
When I laid out the big three, he says, I would like to read his comment and respond. He says, "Sir, only certain type of women will allow that. You can't bring that to educated black women who can do for self. A woman submits naturally without force."
Oh.
Okay, let me address this. As for only certain type of women will allow that, that's true. We know that less than 10% of black women vote Republican. So you're right. Only a certain type of black woman will go for that. You can't bring that to an educated black woman who can do for self. Actually, according to the data, educated black women are the ones most likely to marry and stay married. So you're barking up the wrong tree. We need as many educated black women on board as possible. And finally, a woman submits naturally without force. I never suggested doing anything by force. Nothing in my program suggests force. I'm for voluntary association, the free market. If a woman doesn't want to enter into the type of thing I'm talking about, she is free to do for herself, protect herself, provide for herself, her own housing, her own health care. But see, here's the trick. When I say she's free to be strong and independent, that don't mean, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. When I say strong and independent, that don't mean, getting college loans from Sally Mae. You got to pay everything for yourself, just like any Republican man would. You see, my position is that black women have done a lot of saber rattling, but nobody's really actually forced them to put up or shut up. That's my position. You want to be strong and independent? You are free to do that. I'm a strong Second Amendment supporter. Sister, you can buy yourself a pistol, whatever other weapon you want to use. Go for it. Get you a dog, woof, woof. Whatever you want to do it. You got to pay for it. You want to get an abortion? You got to pay for it. You want to mess around with losers? You got to pay for it. You don't want to answer to no man? You don't want no man telling you what to do? You got to pay for it. That's all I'm saying. They're free to do whatever they like as long as they pay for it. I'm saying brothers like me shouldn't be footing the bill for black women who talk a mean game about being strong and independent, but they really ain't strong and independent because black men like me are footing the bill. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't want to change the topic today, but it just annoys the hell out of me when dudes make that argument where they ain't no woman just gonna submit or like that. Only certain. I mean, they in the same breath they will say, "Oh no, they just submit naturally, but ain't no woman gonna submit." I'm not even about to. I broke that down plenty of times. The lack of logic in that idea. I'm not doing it today. I ain't got time. But they get goofy with the submission stuff. But anyway, Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, "I'm doing this out of spite." He sent me a super chat out of spite. He says, "And Bernard is awesome. You're awesome too, man. You're awesome too." But yeah, thanks for the super chat. She got a check by her name. Look like a big YouTuber lurking around in here. Never heard of her, but it's a check by your name. That's amazing.
I think one of the things about it is, the black man for a long time, especially the conservative black man, we don't have no type of agencies that are for us, by us, funded by us, under us. And that's power. When you don't have to deal with others, you only have to deal with yourself. In doing that, you become your own entity. See, for a while, whenever we have to deal with a gun thing, you got to call the NRA. Let their people talk for you. I don't want to do that. I rather call the Manosphere Gun Association. These things, they're not. What I'm telling us, it's not unattainable because we have the allotted.
Wait a minute. But wait a minute.
No, we have the allotted amount of time.
Hang on. When has the NRA been against any of us being able to join?
Well, see, the thing about it is not that they haven't been against us; they never spoken for us.
When have we ever asked them to?
We have. We asked them to speak for different times, different affiliated gun things for black men and taking back their community. The NRA has never spoken for us. I know. I literally am a gun advocate that sells firearms.
Do you have any letters?
Huh?
Do you have any letters that were sent to them?
Oh my God!
Did you write them letters?
Yes, the ATP gun store. I have actually went to a conservative gun show, and literally they said we'll get back to you. Now, back to what I'm saying.
Do you have any of this documented?
Huh?
Do you have any of this documented? But the reason why I'm asking you is because I would like to review it myself.
That's good, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, let me step in. He's asking you the question: is anything that you're saying, is it documented? Because we're talking about getting organized. Attempts at doing something, whether it fails or succeeds, it's a good idea to document it in some type of way, so that way it's on record. It was in writing. You can show it. I think that's all he's asking you. If the answer is no, you can't prove it. That's fine for now.
No. I'll answer for you. So whenever it came to so I was one of the guys that spoke about the young brother in Mississippi who was shot, a returning home veteran. I spoke about him being shot. ABL didn't want to talk about it. I said, let's talk about it. I said, why is the NRA, which I talked to an NRA representative, why are y'all not talking about a man, a service member, black man that actually was shot by the police, and he literally was a registered firearm carrier? That was something y'all should have jumped on. Well,
why?
Hold on. No. See, I got the resume history on my channel, stuff I talked about and done. See, when it comes to these conservative things, I do these talks and I actually sit down. So
hold
on, Obsidian. I'll let you talk on that. So the thing about it is, when I'm talking about doing it on your own, I'm not trying to co-op with other people. The conservative Latin people don't try to say, well, let me see if I can work with the black conservative. No, they got their own agency. So now we're talking about doing our own thing at a reasonable price. That's not unreasonable, because everybody else has their own functioning group under the Republican Party. They all they do is say, yo, we'll send you the check with the demands. We keep asking. I'm not asking. This is what I'm saying. Whenever I really do political stuff, I don't ever come to black channels. I go to the conservative channels that we already put up the money. We're just hearing the goddamn results of what we wanted. The problem is, black men, we keep asking or waiting for some celebrity to say, well, I'm for black men. No, I don't want to do to actually just say, yo, man, we already paid for it to get done. I paid for the services. This it is what it is. It's like whenever we say what we want, it's a cardinal sin. That's the bullshit about this. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we got to move in a co-op. Like I honestly, what those women and men want to do, why do a lot of these young boys join the drug dealer? Why? Because of the lifestyle. They see it. It looks flashy. It looks good. It's something that they want. But if you show a conservative man running his own property housing and saying, hey, brothers, y'all work for me, I can do a buy-in where I start helping y'all get your own stuff together, they might have an incentive to want to join under you because you're showing them something that is working, that is winning. Now, different agencies do this. We can do this. We just haven't done it. I'm not talking about joining no religion. I'm not talking about joining under no group already made. I'm talking about us doing our own thing. Something that literally speaks just for you, black men. I'm not trying to co-op with other people anymore. No.
That's dangerous.
That is dangerous. But see,
and I can tell you the reason why.
Go ahead, Omen.
Because you're isolating yourself.
How's that? Okay. How's that isolating yourself?
Well, this isn't, just black people in America. It's not predicated on race. See, that's another big difference between
the left has made it. The left has made it popular. So why can't we use that? The left has made it okay. So why can't we fucking use it?
Because it's anti-American.
What?
No, it ain't. Yeah, it ain't. If the left says that you can have your own fucking safe spaces and And black organizations like Black Lives Matter, now Black Lives Plaza is in Washington D.C. and it's exclusively for black people. It could be. Then why can't we as black on the right do the same thing based on their fucking logic?
Because the logic is flawed.
What?
I think the perfect meet in the middle on this is, yes, get our own thing, fund it. We still, when necessary and when beneficial, can work with others, but we're just not at the bottom, just reaching up, just asking for shit. I think that you can build your own shit, but still work with others when necessary, when beneficial for you.
That's what I'm saying, Bernard.
Okay.
It's like we're not saying that, okay, we're not saying that, hey, we're not working with people, but I'm saying you have your own base where you work out of. And if we need somebody to speak, send Ambassador Bernard over there. Hey guys, this is our agenda of what we want. Now we can co-op and work with you on certain stuff, but see, you have to have something tangible for them to want to work with you with. We don't have, we haven't done that. So
it don't have to be. It don't have to be.
And I know Obsidian agrees with that. I think Obsidian thought that you were saying completely shun them 100%. But no, you really just saying build your own. And I know Obsidian is down with that.
Well, I'm not so sure because I'm still trying to understand exactly what it is that you want from the NRA.
Oh, y'all still on guns? Oh. Well, I wasn't even talking about the guns thing. I'm just saying, like, in a political movement, that guns is already wrapped up into that. So let's say you have a black conservative that's got shot by a cop, you know what I mean, that or something, and he had a lawful weapon, then that's wrapped up in the black movement anyway. So we show up in numbers anyway. You're going to get the left out there, but we can show up in anyway. So we don't need the NRA to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's wrapped up. That comes with the package.
And here's the other thing too. So the argument was that we need our own lawyer. Okay, we already have. We got Dennis Burley. Now, to be fair, this is if I'm not mistaken, what we're talking about here isn't necessarily his area of expertise. However, I'm pretty sure he knows other lawyers that could take that on. The point is, as BMT rightly pointed out, there's been no groundswell among the black manosphere to raise money to get our own lawyer. I argue there's a reason for that. Bernard Riley talked about earlier this summer when the George Floyd piece was raging. We had an opportunity right on this very channel to put together some advocacy ads made by black manospherians. That never came about. I argue there's a reason for that. I don't think it's because of a lack of money.
Wait, Obsidian. Okay, this is. I don't like when you try to charge people up. You came back and talked to me about it, and I said that's a good idea. I'm gonna put it in my back pocket for something else. What you were specifically saying we should do, I said, I like the idea, but I don't care to do it for that. We didn't formally talk to anybody else about it. It was just some content that was floated out there. Like, so let's not charge up the space.
And never came. But here's the trick, though. I would go along with what you were saying, Bernard. If something else was done, then my proposal just simply lost out. Fair enough. The problem is nothing was done.
Your idea about buying ads for the things that we believe in is a good idea, and I put the idea in my back pocket. Now I haven't used it yet, but the idea is still there in my back pocket. I do think that bare minimum, we will like going back to what BMT was talking about. I do think we will. BMT, come back, definitely come back. I do think we will move in that direction. I'm not about to cut it off at the knees and say black men just don't want to do it. I'm not willing to say that when nothing has been put on the table. Something need to get put on the table. It does need to get started. Like going back to what I said about the black male conservative equivalent being put out there to where we have our issues, our thoughts. We got the brothers that donate regularly. I think the number that was thrown out there was, I don't know, 100, 140 a month. whatever. You know, we got brothers doing that, supporting that. I mean, the initiative and the plan, it needs to get put on the table. It needs to get organized. And I asked, does it exist? It was made clear it doesn't exist. So perhaps it need to be created. So I would rather let's get together, try to create it, and see what happens before we could just charge brothers up with, oh, they not gonna do it because of this or that, because an idea that, you know, you use for content, a response video, didn't nobody take you up on it? Like,
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying nothing has happened, and I'm looking back on 5 years. See, I think the ideas are wonderful. I'm down to support any of them. The problem is there isn't a will, and I'm saying there's a reason for that.
So
okay.
The thing about it is this: after this election year, like I said, I mean, that's he is right. There are some men that are going to just talk. We know that. But to those who are the doers, that are just going to go do it, they're just going to go do it. But they're not going to say anything. They're going to just say one time. It's like if you ever been around the father and he said, "I only talk to you one time. After that, I ain't gonna talk no more." That's just how I am now. I don't, you know what I'm saying? But I'm. It's like you just tell them, and then that's it. It's like Morpheus only offered Neo the pill one time. He only offered him one time. He said, "Hey, you gonna take the pill?" After that, he didn't chase him down. He said,
"Yeah." But the trick was to follow up your analogy, BMT. Neo sought Morpheus out.
Right.
So when Morpheus made the offer, he wasn't throwing pearls before swine. He was making an offer to somebody who sought the offer out.
Yeah.
What I'm saying here is that there's a lot of hoopla over these issues.
Right.
But there's no follow through, and it's a consistent pattern. It's not just a one-off idea. What you're talking about, what I'm talking about, what other brothers talking about. There's a consistent pattern. I am suggesting, based on voting data, there's a reason for that.
Well, I'll say the Black manosphere has been media. Media is essentially talking. So it does get weird when we say, well, y'all running talk shows and y'all just talking. Where's the talk show?
No.
I do take some issue with that. Like in every group, there's a media end of it where people just talk. Like Steven Crowder. I know. Well, hold on. Well, Steven Crowder, he just talks, but there are people that set up the organization. So somebody needs to set up the organization. It's not set up. So yeah, perhaps we need to set it up. There's nothing wrong with just the talking, but yeah, somebody needs to set something up. Somebody needs to get sent to it, and ideas and agendas and everything does.
Everything that's been proposed. What I find it interesting is everything that's been proposed. It's just a dead end. Everything that's been proposed, it always stalls out. And I'm saying there's a reason for that.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
All right. Show us. A BMT suggested two things. One, the Black manosphere have its own legal arm, legal rep. Two, the Black manosphere or black men writ large have their kind of own NRA of sorts. All right, that's fine. I suggested advocacy ads. There was a suggestion of a super PAC. I mean, these are not new ideas. They've been around for years. In the Black manosphere, we can't even be bothered to get people that are already advocating on our behalf on many of these issues. There's a reason for that. It's not by accident.
It's happening right now just with this conversation. You saw it happen in this last election. I mean, it's maybe not going as fast as you'd like it to go. Just like BMT earlier said, you know, there was 20% versus the 80%, but it's still a growth. It's still an increase. It's still, you know, admirable. And, you know, we got other
the media arm of it is doing its job. Small as we may be, we are doing our job. Everybody from the smaller channels all the way up to Tommy Sotomayor has something to do with that 20% bump of a black man voting GOP. So the media arm is doing doing its job. BMT is talking about another way in the next level, and so there are some things that do need to get created, and all of that don't necessarily need to get. I don't even know where to start with a lot of that. I think BMT does know where to start with that. So I'll talk to you. I mean, we talked about doing the show, but we'll talk about some of that stuff and what you think need to be done, how it need to be done, because it's a lot of fine details of all of that I don't know. But I came into this just doing the media end of it. That's it. That was my only thought. Didn't know how fast it would grow. I started going live and doing this, more seriously, around January, February, and it's grown pretty dramatically. So yeah. So I'm with it, and I think those that want it, I definitely feel like that somebody that some leadership on those fronts is definitely necessary.
Yeah, it's not foreign anymore. It's not foreign for a black person to say that they're a Trump supporter or they're a conservative. It used to, 4 or 5 years ago, it would be foreign, but it's not unheard of now. It's very real, man. When you got news networks doing entire documentaries on it, it's growing. You know what I mean? And this is the first step where us talking about it disseminates those ideas to other people that might have the resources. You know what I mean? Like we might personally on this show might not have those resources, but maybe someone that just, got recommended through a retweet and say, hey, look, check out this show. Maybe they have the resources and maybe they start something. So it's out there.
When you talk about resources, are you talking about money? Because that problem gets solved if just enough brothers on the same page and everybody put up.
One of the biggest things, Bernard, that always hurts the black. And when I brought up the lawyer thing, that's always been a big hard thing for a lot of black, blue collar, and white collar men, not being able to retain a lawyer. But see, and I know that because I've seen a lot of men say, Joe, I can't retain a lawyer. I can't afford it. But if they're part of a unionized pack of men, it's okay. You paid your dues, man. It's all right. We got the lawyer. You're good. See, the mob, they don't their sons don't worry about that because they're in a unionized pack. And when we're talking about doing these things, why can't we be selfish for once? I mean, dang, this is why I came to the Manosphere, because I wanted to speak with like-minded men of the same ideology to build. Granted, we've seen quite a few interesting things happen over the years, but now it's kind of to the point now where we're like, okay, man, the talking stopped. It's time to take out the sword. And I get some people like, well, we want to see the paperwork for the gun thing. Let's be honest. When I first came to the Manosphere, I got swatted because I was a gun channel. I got swatted. I never see nobody in the Manosphere get swatted. I was the one that got swatted because the SWAT team from Florida came in, took all my guns, and I had to fight to get them back. There is no black male agency to protect black men with firearms. There is none. Now, y'all can say there is. I will say, show me. Show me them, pull up the case. We don't have one. I'm tired of always coattailing and trying to ride along with other groups.
And now, hold on real quick. Think about what that will do to the idea and the image of black conservatism if it is a black conservative group that win a situation like the Philando situation that the MRA. I mean, they should have any. I think I said the wrong organization.
NRA.
No, I said NRA.
You got the NAACP, man. You know what I mean? You have the NAACP. The problem is that conservatives have traditionally been turned off by the NAACP and really been refused to work with them. But if you're a black conservative group like us and we go mainstream, right? Let's say us four on here, we went mainstream and we had McDonald's behind us. You know, you got Jack in the Box or, you know, Walmart sponsoring you. Then you go to the NAACP, and when they have a cause, you jump on that cause. Maybe not the philosophy, but you can find something to jump on and you work with them. So when something happens to you, BMT, where your house gets squatted, not only do you have black conservatives there to have your back, but you have an already existing mainstream organization like the NAACP that say, hey, look, we're jumping on this too. You see what I'm saying? Otherwise, they could get called out because you got to go mainstream. You have the picture that Jay-Z, I forget, what was it, OJ, right? Mm-hmm. That's the picture, that's your icon. Now, Jay-Z would have never been a billionaire or considered to go billionaire unless he went mainstream. You know what I'm saying? And Jay-Z could be a Republican and nobody would fault him for that because he has street cred. He has some credibility. Same thing with Nas and Jay-Z came out with Black Republican, the song. They have street cred to where they can do a song like that and they still be mainstream. So I'm saying is, hey, look, package the message where you can attract and it be a vessel for people that can jump on that. But if you're just stuck and we talking these white talking points, it's never gonna grow. You know what I mean? Like it'll grow, but it's not gonna catch fire like it actually should catch fire or could.
Right. And that's ultimately, like I said, man, this is ultimately why we started this space of the black men's sphere, because we wanted our voice for people that, you know, identify with us, you know, and sometimes, like I said, I took 5 brothers down there to go get a job at Boeing off of my name alone. Now that's 5 more men that look like me that are in a position that now they can do something with their life. That's the type of fights that I'm here for, that black men, we should be doing, putting our brothers, our men onto stuff to better their life, where they don't have to turn to certain systems, certain agencies. They can turn to us. And I mean, that's not saying, well, I'm not baby and pampering him, but I'm showing, hey, man, I'm taking you here. You put on these work pants, you put on those work glasses, and you get your behind the work. But make sure you pay it forward and you pay back into the due. We got you. You put into the allotment. All right, then. We keep on getting the small wins. That way, they build up to, hey, guys, we got a 500 plus workforce. We got this. We can show the numbers. I believe in the numbers, just like old man just said. I get what we're saying, but we got to start. We don't have a judge. We don't have the lawyer. Those are the things that these lobbyist parties are getting right now. And if we don't get these type of things under our belt, boy, we're going to have some hard times ahead. That's what they're going to keep throwing in our face, these types of things. Well, we'll see you at court. And they always say that. We'll see you at court. Why? Because they already know they got their lawyer ready. They already know they got their judge ready. We don't. And I'm tired of us black men always having a hope that somebody is going to want to fuck with us or actually want to ride with us. Versus we can say, it's okay, cool. We got our people. Now we got this thing with an Aaron Fountain guy and other people. They've been coming left and right. Why? Because they know there's never going to be a pushback. They know that, hey, he's a standalone silo by himself. But if they knew that there was an agency protecting our rights to what we talk about and what we do, guess what? They're going to think twice about it. Because when they get a call or email from your agency, then they're going to be like, whoa, okay, I might need to leave these guys alone. Nobody messes with the Google lawyer, because the Google lawyer already knows I can come at you anytime. That's the thing about why everybody doesn't mind picking on the black kid, because they know the black kid doesn't have no protection.
They don't do that shit to the Nation of Islam. When was the last time you heard a person from the Nation of Islam get shot by a cop or beat by a cop? You know what I mean? Like, they don't
their lawyers jump on that quick.
Yeah.
They got lawyers ready. They got their lawyers ready. That's a fact. What you just said right there, enemy nation. My cousin know. Police officer disrespected them while they were praying. That lawyer showed up real quick. That's a fact. Them brothers didn't even hesitate for that one. That's why those brothers, I understand why they joined the NOI. It's a shield of protection. Black men, it's sad that we got to join up with these different factions, and I'm not judging no man for what you path you walk, but I would like for where we don't have to join under a certain camp, but we have our own camp agency. For black men that have been talking about no fault abortion, about doggone child support, fathers fighting for their kids, what legal agency do we have to actually give these brothers the right evidence other than Wikipedia, or just have to go to a channel? Wouldn't it be better if we had a call line where these men could call and say, "Hey, man, all right, yeah, what time is it? Okay, call me at this time. I'm going to give you the information you need. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to tell you what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? And then we can go from right there." See, right there, that brother feels a lot more comfortable. You're going to probably start getting more black men to come to you. Why? Because now they're seeing that, guess what? You got some type of protection. So then you can start actually going towards to lobby for brothers for different things, for court, healthcare. Let's be honest, man. We don't have a lot of
period.
Exactly.
Yeah, it could be just a reform. You know, it could be reform all around, because that's what we want. We want some reform. We want to reform the welfare system. We want to reform healthcare. We want to reform, child support. We want to reform a lot of things. You know what I mean? But we have to do it smartly and to where you can actually sell that idea to people without alienating a whole bunch of other people. You know, and honestly, if we had this before Donald Trump took office, rather than you had blacks for Trump, you'd have to have, Trump for us. You know what I mean? Like, we should have stepped up in there with our own fucking hats and not have to wear his red hat. You know what I'm saying? He should have reached out to the black manosphere or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, instead of us converting to him, he should come to us and say, "Hey, what do y'all want?" You know what I mean? Like, give us a plan rather than make us a plan and say, "Hey, look, here's a platinum plan. Check that out." We should have been able to bring our fucking diamond plan and say, "No, this is what we have for you." As opposed to the other way around. And I think that's what a lot of black people on the left looked at us and looked at that shit as goofy. You know what I mean? Because you got the National Black Caucus. They have, as goofy as those people are, they have the leaders though. So, this is a wake-up call, I think.
It is a wake-up call, brother. And see, that's the thing about it, man. Yes, it starts out with talking. But after the talking, after we start drawing up the blueprint, now it starts coming down to actually getting the materials, getting the people. And it can be done. It may not be, well, we don't see y'all. Okay, get it. Then if you want to see us, then be part of us. I always hear that. I don't see what y'all are doing. Well, guess what? Because you're not a part of that affiliation. Y'all don't see what a lot of these guys or these groups do behind closed doors. They do. Trust and believe. I know. I'm a part of a few. People just now finding out about militias. Bro, I've been part of a militia for goddamn 8 years.
What do you think about what Lamont Davis just said right there? Read Joe Biden lift every voice plan and make him do it. What do you think about that?
Yeah, good luck. He's already in. Here's the thing about it. He's already in.
And to do what?
Here's the thing about it. Did you see any senators, any judges get up and touch or even speak on that plan? Nope.
Yeah, I did a video on that plan, and it was comical because it really mentions minority groups, which is another way. It's the politically correct way to say immigrant groups, and people of color. And I think I saw transgenders in that.
It was too. All lifestyles are included in that.
Yeah. So it's not
going to work. I don't think that's going to work. See, the way that the United States works, you cannot isolate groups. So what we have to do is get real savvy about how do we make these policies work best for us. But see, in order for that to work, we got to lay the groundwork. Like BMT talked about Boeing. I'm sorry, Boeing ain't just hiring everybody, anybody off the block. You got to prepare yourself. You have to do your part. That means education in the STEM area. That's where Boeing is drawing its people from. So if you're a brother that doesn't have an education in the STEM line, no matter how much advocacy is done, you're not going to do it be any good.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I think that's where the fight has to be for the Republicans.
Yeah, we need to find some brothers that are educated in the STEM thing. You need to find some brothers that are educated in law. Need to find people that are educated in all walks of life or all manners of business, and enfranchise them into your organization so y'all can move forward.
Here's the problem: there are less than 10% of Black college grads that are STEM graduates. Less than 10%. We have to develop them. You don't do that without strong Black families.
I think you're not hearing me. You know, I understand that. I acknowledge that there's less than 10%, but I'm saying, like, okay, so you know the science about the Black family, right? So you're in that. You know, you're in here. So when you say, well, we got an organization, right? You have to pull from all walks of disciplines. You have to pull from all disciplines. We understand that. We already understand your point.
We already have organizations that essentially shake down corporations to make sure that they do affirmative action thing. We have less than 30,000 Black doctors in this country. Meharry is struggling and on life support. Okay, the oldest and only Black medical school. We have to create more of these people. You don't get that through the welfare state. You don't get that with baby mamas.
What school is that?
I said Meharry.
Meharry?
Yes.
I never even heard of that school.
Exactly.
Yeah, but no, what Obsidian is saying, like, that part is absolutely true, and that's where, and you've been pointing this out real good, Obsidian. That's where the Democrats go wrong. They may agree and say, or I should say, Black Democrats or Black liberals go wrong. They may agree with the point that yes, we need more Black people in this, or we need more Black people in that, more Black STEM, or more Black this, or more Black that. Where are those people supposed to come from? They're not going to, with the welfare state and the whole mentality that Black people have, the culture, the welfare state, all of it, they're not just going to come from nowhere. They're not going to be properly rooted. So, I mean, I am 100%. We shoulder to shoulder on that one. When it comes to building, as people like to say, building people is the most underrated aspect of building. The type of people that you're building, and with everything being the way it is, then there's a fundamental starts at home problem that do got to get solved culturally. That's why I always shout out to the culture warriors. I always shout. Go ahead.
I'm curious. Are you at what percentage would you be satisfied with the Black family, the Black family structure? Would you be satisfied with like a 50-50? So like 50% of the Black families are good, but they're conservative, and the other 50 that are single parents and stuff, they're liberals and they subscribe to that ideology? Or would you say, nah, I want 60% or 80%?
Well, most is anything over 50%. So right now the Black marital rate is under 30%. If we control for baby boomers and Gen Xers and only focused on millennials and Gen Z in Black America, you're looking at something around, at best, 15% and probably closer to 10. So we haven't figured out a better way to solve human problems outside of the traditional Black American family. We haven't figured out another. We've tried everything else. It's just the problem is they don't work. Right. So that's one reason why I'm banging the drum for it, is because I don't have a better solution, and neither does anybody else.
Okay, my point is this. Okay, so if, let's say, because ultimately we want families that are together, that adhere or like conservative values. You know what I mean? They're conservative value minded. And if those ones that don't want to have those values, they can remain on the left, because let's just be realistic about it. There are going to be at least 50% that's going to remain on the left. And so in this instance, you kind of got to, take care of your own, right, and be concerned about your own. So if we can convert like 50% from the welfare state of mind and have 50% families, we should be happy. And that's realistic goal to shoot for, at least 50%. And you kind of have something, you know what I mean?
Is there an incentive? And I'm just being honest as a marital man. Is there an incentive right now for Black men or women to want to get married?
No,
Yeah, that's a
not
very
right
good,
now.
that's a very good question. I would say no for a very simple reason. But here we go again. We're being undermined by the welfare state.
Okay. So
real quick before you go, BMT, before you say what you was about to say, JI, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate that. He says, first giving, I'm gonna do my passive reading church announcements voice. First giving honor to God. First giving honor to BMT, my YouTube pastor. I'm glad to be in the house of the Black Manosphere one more time. Pray my strength in the Manosphere, saints. That was funny.
Amen.
That was funny. I couldn't even stay in character. I was gonna read it. I was gonna read it off like a deacon. I couldn't stay in character.
To be fair, I was for him pushing for financial abortions, and I'm a married man.
Yeah, I'm a little divided on that one, but I mean, I think I signed this petition and everything. I'll get on board with a brother trying to push for something. I get on board with it, but I don't like that. I got my own ideas of what I would rather see, and I'm gonna definitely be pushing for that. Counselor Murray in the building again. Thanks once again, man. You got to get together, get another one going. We need round 3. So let me know. Email me if you come up with an idea of what aspect of I don't know. We've been just breaking down Black psychology from the professional therapist. So yeah, we've been breaking down a lot of good stuff, unearthing a lot of things. So yeah, whenever you're ready, we can definitely go again. He said there's no incentives for being a productive Black man in our culture. I don't necessarily know about that, but okay, well let's roll. So why would they want to go into STEM if they don't understand delayed gratification? That's really the problem right there. There is a not understanding delayed gratification aspect of it, but there's incentive. There's incentive for being productive. It is an aspect of it where that delayed gratification, that going the long route to it. But I do think those that are smart enough to where they can knock it out the park, they can take those hard math and science classes and knock those out the park. I think those ones do got the ability to assess delayed gratification. I think it's those that may not, that's already got a C- in a high school math at best. Okay, well they, that individual would struggle trying to go into STEM. So it does turn into a situation like what Obsidian said. You got to build them from the ground up.
It definitely needs to be incentivized. The same thing with the Black family. That has to be incentivized. I mean, the reasoning and the benefits are inherent, so you can see it, but it also needs to be promoted and incentivized, and if you, let's say, because we wouldn't be having this welfare state complaint if, let's say women gets $700 a month for food stamps without a man in the house, but if you're married and you have a man in the house, let's say that you get $3,000 a month for food stamps. I think that a lot of women that would disincentivize being single as a parent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, those numbers didn't exactly make sense, but I do understand what you're saying. That's a hard thing to incentivize, and it goes back to something that Obsidian always talk about. It's cultural. That's why I shout out to culture warriors who get criticized in this space. That's been getting criticized in this space lately. It's a cultural thing. It's hard to incentivize marriage in a practical way that people can really see with their own, in an obvious way that people can see. It's hard to incentivize it politically.
I have 2 questions. 2 points. the culture is driven by incentives, and we already know where this is coming from. So it's the welfare state that has undermined all of this over the past half a century or more, and then that creates its own subculture, and it kind of is a really vicious circle that kind of goes back on it, feeds on itself. You know, that's one part of it. The other part of it is, could you explain to me, Bernard, what pushback culture warriors in the Black manosphere are getting, presumably from other Black men?
Oh, yeah, that's a MOT David Monroe thing. It's a lot of it's a lot of people that's been pushing back on those that just talk about the culture that, or it's been called cultural trolling, but not talking about policy that a lot of Black conservatives do. They've been getting a lot of pushback during the whole election season, or that, you know, the people who have rhetoric similar to like Little Big Nate and Hood Conservative. I don't know if you was watching. Still gotta issue. I'm issuing a formal apology right now to Little Big Nate. I don't even know if he listened to my show. He hasn't been back since MOT came and flipped the tables over on him. Formal apology to Little Big Nate, but MOT is like will start yelling and screaming about policies. What are your policies? Y'all ain't talking about policies. Y'all just cultural trolling. Y'all just some culture warriors. And I'm saying, no, that's not a bad thing to be a culture warrior, because a lot of the problems do come down to culture.
All right, so my response to that quickly would be, all right, you mentioned some names. Their argument is you guys aren't talking about policy. That's fair. So I outlined I could do a very clear 10-point plan of policies. But I gave the big three. I wonder what the interlocutors would say to that.
Yeah, the big three was real good, man. The big three was real good. I mean, you know, it's a start. You have to start with ideas by talking about them, talking them through, seeing which ones work, doing some research. It's not like an overnight thing. And this show, we're assuming we got 4 years to get something done. It starts with talking. It starts with, you know, opening up the conversation, right?
Well, I think you won't have to create the organization that BMT was talking about. One, create the organization, even if starting out it's only 5 people contributing to it, $100 a month. That's just your start. Maybe in 2 years you've grown it to 200, and maybe in 4 years you've grown it to 1,000. It may not truly manifest to what you need it to grow to in no telling how many years, but it has to start. The organization does not exist. I was asking, does it, or type of organization you're describing, does it exist somewhere? And if it don't, then okay, then
we need to address it.
You got to. Well, I'm not gonna say you got to start a BMT. We got to start it. There it is. We got to start it. Send me an email, BMT. Send me an email.
But if you don't talk about it, you don't know about it.
Oh yeah, no, that's true as well. No, the talking matters. The talking matters. I would never say that. This is media, and like I said, the media end of it is moving the needle in the sense that more Black people are understanding that the whole the welfare state and victim narrative that's pushed on the left is not good for us. A lot of people are realizing that, and that's a good thing. Big Mac, excuse me. Big Mac in the building says Black communities need to become more knowledgeable about school-based budgets, active participants in the development of school curriculum, and demand to have STEM-based programs like Hispanic communities are doing. I want to see something on that. I'm not so convinced that they're doing that. When I looked at the amount of Hispanic or Latino, owned or funded schools that exist compared to Black, really wasn't that huge of a difference. Like I don't know where they're killing it like that. I mean, a lot of people talk like they are. They buy up a lot of property. They do. And they will pile in 15, 20 in a 2-bedroom house. So that's the one area where I give them that. But Black people on average make more money than them, vote more than them, more educated than them. We kicking their ass in a lot of stuff, but the narrative is pushed that we're at the bottom and Black men ain't worth a damn. But I don't see it on that. So if they are doing all this stuff, I do want to see. You could drop the link for some evidence on that, because I don't see it. I just think that The black victim narrative is pushed so hard so we can cling to the only person, the Democratic Party, the only people that care about helping us black people. That narrative is pushed so hard to where the view is we're just at the bottom of everything. They want us to feel like and think we're at the bottom so we can reach up to them for help. But but that's another story. That's another story. But thanks for the super chat, Big Mac. Appreciate you. Cypher Bud in the building with a super sticker. I appreciate that. We about to wrap this up pretty soon because I'm about to lay down somewhere, eat some food, and fall asleep on a football game. I hate that. That's how I know I'm getting old. I'll get geared up, hype about a football game. As soon as the game come on, that's how I know I'm getting old. I fall right to sleep as soon as the game start. But anyway, yeah, we about to wrap this up pretty soon. We'll more or less go around the room. I'll start with BMT. And look, man, thanks for coming up, man. I'm so glad you did. You brought some good stuff to this conversation. I'll start with you and then go you, Obsidian, then give Enemy Nation the last word. Then we get up out of here. So go ahead, BMT.
I put my email in the back chat. If you
oh, okay, cool.
I put it right in the back chat.
I'm notorious for forgetting to copy and paste emails in the back chat. I would rather you email me so I can't miss it.
I definitely want to get to talk to y'all again. Enemy Nation, I definitely want to sit down with you, brother. Oh man, you know me and you. We have a lot of talks and stuff. So I know he's a hard Republican. Brothers, I'm trying to let y'all know, man. I had this conversation just last night. You don't freak out and don't respond. Just start building. You know what I'm saying? Start actually terraforming quietly. You know what I'm saying? Like the rebel army did not beat the empire openly. They literally started doing covert missions and stuff. And that's how it has to be for us. We got to start, we don't have a roster. If I would have asked y'all who's on the roster right now, we honestly couldn't tell or say anything because we don't have a real fundamental roster. And that's very deadly. That's very dangerous. So we've been operating on a parasitic build, and I have to call it that because only time people call upon us is when they need something of us as black men for like a face. See, I have that black conservative friend. See, he agrees with me. But see, the minute you start talking about what you want, that's a problem. See, that's the problem I always notice, and I've had that with even doggone white people. When I start talking about black male issues, well, is that an American issue? Yes, motherfucker, I'm still in America, but I'm a black man. The shit didn't transcend past me. So we gotta understand, like, listen, we still have our own battlefield fight still going on for us, And until we actually start building our own stuff that speaks for us, by us, for us, then we're gonna keep having these issues. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to be where Ice Cube shouldn't have to go to white people to go present that thing. He should have came to us and then said, okay, God, all right, brother, we're going to slide this in with our judge. So we got you. That is, you never see the Asians ever go up to any group and say, well, we need the Asian wonton plan. You don't ever see the Native Americans. They got goddamn Supreme Court judges. You can look it up. How you think they got half of Oklahoma? Like everybody's understanding, go get your team, go build up your Avenger roster, and then after that, go from there. We still are asking other people, can we join on with their team? I'm not running to no plantation. I'm going into the woods. You'll see me when I come back out of the forest. But I'm coming back with an army this time. So we're going to have to just start moving a lot more differently. I understand everybody don't want to do that. I'm not trying to beg or plead. Bernard, you can always hit me up, brother. I'm always want to talk. Intimidation, old man, shout out to you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Respect to all the men in the chat. It was a good talk with you guys.
All right, yeah. Thanks, BMT. I sent you an email just so I won't lose your email.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I sent you an email and then click that start button so that way That way I won't lose it, because I'm notorious. I done lost information, man, email like 1,000
Oh,
times.
I'll get it to you. I'll get you.
Oh yes. Send me his. Good. I like it. All right. Oh man, you got the floor. You got the mic. Give us your last words.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be possible for us to do what BMT is talking about for a very simple reason. There are far too many black men who like things the way that they are. They benefit from it in one way or the other, in ways big and small, some outright and more, in a grander fashion, and others benefit from it in other smaller, more, I would even go so far as to say, psychological ways. So long as the situation persists on the scale that it does, with black male support at the ballot box, it's very difficult to see how BMT can make what he's talking about come about, for the simple reason that we just don't have enough black boots on the ground, black male boots on the ground, to make it come about. I think that where we have to go from here is a place a lot of black men aren't prepared to go. Because, it's going to come down to a civil war of sorts, and not of the kind that a lot of us may think. It's black men on the right versus black men on the left. And the fundamental question is, do you support the welfare state or not? I think the answer is pretty obvious. I mean, the ballot box returns, among other things, gives us the answer. So the question now is, what are black Republican men prepared to do in light of that?
Right, good stuff, and I'll just briefly respond to that, because I try to think back. It's probably harder for you to do this because you've been lifelong black Republican. I was very liberal. I was a Democrat through and through. But see, the thing is, I was a married man, married with children, working hard, 7 days a week on third shift at a plant doing blue collar work. But I was all in favor of that welfare state that did nothing for me or my family. But I thought it was a good thing somehow. But now let's look at how I think now. So there are men out there who can be converted, because I did think my way out of it. You never had to think your way out of it. You've been probably setting your ways since 21 years old. I do got hope that there's brothers that can be converted. They say that when it comes to politics, 33% of people are going to vote GOP no matter what. 33% are going to vote for the Democratic Party no matter what. Then there's like 33% in the middle that could go either way. And so I think there are some people in the middle, some black men in the middle who can be converted, because I was converted from the further end of it. I gradually walked to the middle before I got converted to where I'm at now. So we'll see what that'll be an interesting part of it, and that speaks to the culture war of it all. So you are the question I like how you worded the question put on the table. Do you support the welfare state or no? That question do need to be asked, and do need to be answered by a lot of black men. If they say yes, I support it, then we need to hear why. That is a good framing of the argument. That's a good call script in sales. That's a thing, a call script that you go on, ask somebody a series of questions and get the answers out of them, and then you know which way to take the conversation from there. But anyway, we're going to go to Enemy Nation for the final words. Take us home, take us out of here, because I got to go fall asleep on a football game. All right, go ahead, Enemy Nation, you got it.
Yeah. I think this election has opened up a lot of black men's eyes, whether it be on the right or the left, and we shined a spotlight on our own issues, and now we just need to follow through. Yeah, the Trump train came through and woke up a lot of people. And if he gets another 4 years, that's fine. But we still need to continue in this mode that we talked about today, where it's doing for us, doing ourselves. I think that BMT had some real good points about, and it starts with networking. You know what I mean? Like, this show is networking. My channel is networking. The other channels, they're networking, and you never know. People share stuff. You get tweets, and it gets to people that are interested in it. You know what I mean? And perhaps they put together something. Perhaps they help you find lawyers and find campaign managers that can do the groundwork and do the grassroots thing. But it starts, and it needs to be have that conversation now and focus on what we do now as opposed to 4 years from now and or beyond that. So, and as far as the welfare state, I've got to address Obsidian. Yeah, there's a question that needs to be asked. Do you agree with the welfare state or you don't? But then there's all other people that might say that, hey, look, I agree with some aspects of it, or I agree with the humane aspects of it, or the spirit of the welfare, state, but I don't agree with certain policies in it. I agree with modifying certain things, but it's still a discussion that can be had. So, with that being said, man, thanks for having me on your show, Bernard, and thanks Obsidian and BMT and everyone else that called in.
All right, and real quick before I read the last super chat, I will address this. She says, I just have a little more patience with black men because I understand the hurt and oppression. It sounds like you're talking about soft, more liberal-minded black men who actually believe that they're downtrodden and oppressed and don't have the ability to man the fuck up and work hard and do what they got to do to make something out of themselves. Go take that over there to more weak, jelly-backed liberal type of black man. Don't bring that over here, because that ain't over here, and that ain't what we talking about over here, and that ain't what we doing. Take that somewhere else, by the way. All right. Actual factual in the building. And by the way, I do hope that you and Obsidian, that you do get a one-on-one with her, because I did look at her channel. She got a fitness channel, and a black or blackish woman talking fitness is a good thing. Something we talk about over here. Black women do need to get fit, but don't come over here talking about you got patience. Nobody, black men who work for them, conservative-minded black men don't need your patience. Those are different. That's a different breed. Take that. You got patience for them. Take that shit over there. And nobody's over here complaining about being oppressed. That's the liberal victim mindset connected to the welfare state mindset that has black people in the condition that they're in. That kind of annoyed me. That kind of annoyed me just a little bit. But I'm gonna have patience with you because I understand your mindset. Actual Factual says, what the fuck? Come on, old man. BMT and Enemy Nation just provided some constructive ways in which we can support our own interests. I'm down for a BMT one-on-one. The time is now to coalesce for the interests of thinking black man.
May I briefly respond?
Absolutely.
Briefly, I don't disagree with you, Actual Factual. I mean, I don't have a problem in principle with what BMT is talking about. I think you're barking up the wrong tree. The problem ain't me. I'll get behind it in a heartbeat. The problem is a lot of brothers in the black manosphere, by their actions, they're not interested. And there's a reason for it.
All right, we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it right there. We're gonna leave it right there. Thank you everybody for coming on through. Appreciate you all. Everybody who liked, shared, subscribed, hit the super chat, the Cash App, the whatever you did and supported this show in any way. Even if you wanted a few people who hit the thumbs down button, I appreciate you for hanging out. And with that said, we are out of here. Peace.